to require that. On Capitol Hill, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Apple just announcing it's temporarily closing more reopened stores, this time over a dozen in Florida because of a surge in coronavirus cases. An earlier round of reclosings included Florida, Arizona, and the Carolinas, with more announced this week in the Houston area. 2 U.S. warships unintentionally break a Navy record thanks to the pandemic.
The USS Dwight D. Eisenhower and USS San Jacinto have been at sea longer than any other, Thursday hitting 161 consecutive days and not even expected to make land till later this year when they reach Virginia, ending a journey which started in January just as COVID-19 was emerging. In March, they were ordered to stop all port visits, forcing the crew to improvise on a lot of repairs, such as subbing in dumbbells for a sprocket, according to one report. The previous record set in 2002 by the USS Theodore Roosevelt. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
A late rally on Wall Street. If it holds, the Dow's been up over 100 points leading up to the close after fluctuating for most of the day. Elisa Brady, Fox News.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo, 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
FHP Health Center now open longer, later hours for you. Go to the island's best one-stop clinic for all your medical, dental, and vision needs during this COVID-19 pandemic. FHP Health Center operates Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. FHP's Cancer Center, Adult Medicine, Pediatrics, Dental, and Vision departments are open for extended hours and available for appointments. FHP Home Health Department is open to continue care for patients at their homes. For appointments, call 646-5825 and press 2. FHP, our island, your clinic.
Half a day at 6:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron, and here's a look at your local news from the Guam Daily Post. It's probably the largest group testing positive for coronavirus by public health in recent weeks, with 14 people confirmed to have COVID-19 yesterday. Public health tested 309 people in Agana Heights on Wednesday. Over 500 specimens were collected yesterday in Jotnya. To date, there have been a total of 245 confirmed cases of COVID-19 with 5 deaths, 174 released from isolation, and now 66 cases are active. In anticipation of what the health officials will call a second wave of the coronavirus, the Guam Memorial Hospital is looking to expand its capabilities to care for more patients should the island see a spike in COVID cases. GMH, going before the legislature yesterday for a budget hearing, says that they want to open a 4th COVID-19 care unit. GMH Administrator Lillian Posada says the hospital has converted its urgent care unit, specialty outpatient clinic, and 4th floor pediatric unit into COVID-19 care units. She says they want to convert the 3rd floor telemetry ward into a COVID care unit with up to 26 beds to be added. GMH also has the option to use the skilled nursing unit in Barragata Heights. The challenge, though, she says, is with staffing. For example, there are 60 beds there for the nursing unit, but only 20 can be staffed. GMH is projecting $137.9 million as its funding requirement for fiscal year 2021. This includes about $105 million from operating revenues. The remainder is a combination of general fund and special fund revenues. The COVID-19 pandemic has led to subsequent shortfalls when compared to last year's monthly revenues. However, GMH Chief Financial Officer Yuka Hechanova says the hospital is still ahead of its year-to-date budget by about $4.8 million. Elsewhere in the news, Joint Region has expanded its public health order restricting active personnel from bars and dine-in restaurants another week. The order extended until July 1st, affecting active Navy, Marine Corps, and U.S. Coast Guard active duty service members on Guam. Andersen Air Force Base issued an order last week restricting movement to personnel both permanently and temporarily assigned to Andersen Air Force Base. That order in effect until further notice for individuals, limiting activities to essential trips only. An additional $36.4 million in unemployment benefits will be released early next week. Now that the system is up and running, the Guam Department of Labor has been successful in putting out the first of the batches of payments. Labor Director Dave De La Sola told senators yesterday in the budget hearing for their department that the second batch covers error-free claims filed through June 4th. This comes days after the initial release of $35 million on Monday. With the second batch, labor officials say that the total amount that will be paid out increases them to the payout to $78.3 million, with $6.3 million going toward taxes. So far, they say 25,264 initial unemployment claims have been filed with the Department of Labor. More news after this.
Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro in Hagåtña and Tumon are now open for takeout and free delivery services in selected locations. For more information, call 479-2652 or 3 or 969-2652. Open Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. and from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with the true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine at the comforts of your own home. They take your favorite local dishes and serve them with extra flair you will only find at Mezcla, a true taste of Guam.
The Guam Fire Department reported that a 37-year-old woman was pulled from the Hagåtña Marina waters yesterday in what GFD classified as a drowning. At 4:15 p.m., GFD's Rescue 2 was dispatched to a 911 call of a drowning. The woman was pulled from the waters behind the marina's boat ramp. She was transported to Naval Hospital with CPR en route. The man charged with killing 37-year-old Joey Zamora at an Agana Heights home is now claiming self-defense. Anthony Gregory Mendiola is being held on $50,000 cash bail. His attorney, Joe McDonald, contends Mendiola is immune from being prosecuted because Zamora was an intruder in his home. Witnesses told police that Mendiola and Zamora were seen arguing in front of a residence before both went inside, and then they heard gunshots, 3 of them. Mendiola was then seen exiting the home armed with a black rifle. Mendiola later told police that he had fought with Zamora and that he had filed a complaint against him, adding that Zamora was not supposed to be there. Mendiola filed the complaint back in August of 2019 for record purposes. He was previously living at Mendiola's home, and Mendiola no longer wanted him there. Zamora was found dead with a gunshot wound to his back and a separate wound on his inner arm. And amidst the coronavirus pandemic response, the director of the Guam Department of Public Health has announced that she will be retiring. Linda DeNorsi is the latest cabinet member to be calling it quits. DeNorsi yesterday confirmed that she would be retiring from public health next week. Laurent Duenas will be acting director following her retirement. DeNorsi didn't say why she has chosen to retire at this time, but her resignation follows the departure of the former chief of staff, Tony Babauta, the executive manager of the airport, Tom Ada, and the Guam Visitors Bureau President Pilar Laguatña, as well as the transfer of Parks and Rec Director John Birch and Ancestral Lands to the Ancestral Lands Commission. Birch was appointed to DPR after the resignation of Richard Abanez back in February. And those are your top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Here's Ray with your weather.
I'm going to resign too. Everybody's just throwing in the towel, throwing in their hat. You know, health reasons. Retire?
I'll retire.
Retire. That's the word I'm looking for. We're just retired. That's we'll just and just the beach. Can we still get paid for just sitting on the beach?
If you retired the right way.
Right, and I'm sure.
Here's your retirement
30
setup.
years, yeah. Linda's got 30 years in the game, right?
Yeah.
So she ought to be sitting pretty on the beach for a little bit. 6:12 in the morning. That's the news. Here's the weather. Partly cloudy skies. Some isolated showers in today's forecast. Easterly winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Daytime highs today should be about 90. Heat index, yeah, we'll have it again today. 96 degrees is what we're in for. Through Sunday night, partly cloudy skies and isolated showers. Easterly winds will be 10 to 15 miles an hour. Overnight lows 79 degrees, and daytime highs are going to be 90 degrees for tomorrow and into the weekend. So I think we're talking some decent grill mark opportunities all weekend long. Sunrise this morning, 5:56. The sun rising will start rising a little bit later on. And we're seeing the sunset tonight at 6:51. Hashtag tell the others. You know where you need to be. And so for tonight, what we'll do is everybody that's retired from the Leon Guerrero administration will all get together. So we'll have this big retiree sunset night on a Friday. Great way to kick off the weekend. And in many cases, a great opportunity to get with you so that we can find out what the real truth is behind your resignations and retirements. It's 6:13 in the morning. That's news and weather together. This is The Point.
As we stand up to coronavirus by standing back with social distancing, Bank Pacific reminds you that you can come to the bank without going to the bank. Use many of our other delivery platforms like online banking at bankpacific.com, accessing cash at our ATMs, shopping with our debit cards. For businesses, we have secure cash and check drop windows, and we are employing a new smarter mobile app with remote deposit capture in the next few weeks. We're all in this together, and together we will win. Bank Pacific. Brothers but branches, we place roots. Member FDIC.
You've got a job to do. Having the right equipment for the job is critical, and East West Rental has the exact tools you need. Get it done faster with the right stuff, whether it's landscaping tools, concrete tools, lifts, trucks, lights, generators, trench boxes, welders, tents, tables, and chairs. They're here to help you tackle any project you're working on, big or small. Open Monday to Saturday, 7 to 5, closed Sundays. Find what you're looking for at East West Rental Center in Upper Tumont, or call 646-1463.
I hear that, man. 6:14 in the morning. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at Wendy's. You know, you want to get your day started. Maybe, how about this with a shot of caffeine? Let's do something like that. You can get refreshing iced coffees. They're called Frosty Chinos. Like Equicino? Frosty Chino. Well, to make it easier for you to remember when you go there, you get vanilla, caramel, and mocha flavors that you can choose from. And because it's Wendy's, and they're always about, how can we extra this up for everybody? Over at Wendy's, they've got a deal where you get one small size, get another for just $1. So you can get the caramel and the mocha, or the vanilla and the caramel, and the vanilla or the mocha, or any other combination that you want for just $1 more from Wendy's. Now, that's better. The Ray Gibson Show is also brought to you by my casino friends over at APL, American President Lions Global Presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Just ramp up. Come on. Crescendo. Climax. Leave it up. We got to take it to at least that far because today is Friday. It's finally Friday. I don't know why, but this has felt like the longest week that we have had so far this year, and some of the weeks have been really long.
This is the 5th Friday you've had all week.
I think so. I think there's. It's just.
Every day is Friday.
I wish we could have gotten to it a little bit faster. Is my point. 6:17 in the morning. It's the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray Gibson. Absolutely thrilled to be here with you on this blessed Friday. It's not the best Friday. It might not be the best Friday in the world, but I mean it's one of them. It's the launch into I want to say 3-day weekend. I really do. I really want to say 3-day weekend, but we got a short week next week, don't we?
We do.
It's the 4th of July is coming up.
Yeah, but
what do you?
Wait a minute.
I didn't
it falls on a Saturday, though, I
I'm
believe.
usually ahead of the game
but
here
we
when
have
it comes to holidays.
4th of July observed.
Okay.
Is the
see.
thing. And according, I checked with Kevin. 4th of July is a holiday. And so we've got Independence Day is going to be coming up, but the thing is, it's Independence Day, COVID-19. Now
so
the
I
4th
get
of July.
Fridays this coming week.
The 4th of July is not that big a deal here on Guam because we didn't fight the British for our independence, and it always felt like it ran second to Liberation Day because that's the other big deal that we've got in the summertime here on Guam. But the Navy's always done something. MWR's always had some the second, third rate rocket rock band come in to do an Independence Day thing over at Polaris Point, and fireworks and that kind of thing. And I guarantee there's nothing going on.
Yeah, there's nothing.
So Jeff,
we would have known by now.
well, there's still time though. There is still time to put something together. If for no other reason, how about just a fireworks show, right? People don't generally, everybody's in the same place for a fireworks show, right? They go to different places.
Well,
I mean, there's promontories.
They go to the governor's house.
Governor's house. Okay. Well, so Jeff, we were talking about this yesterday, and Jeff Jams, who is our friend and the guy that's in charge of fireworks, says he has inventory. It wouldn't take that long. It wouldn't be that much of a big deal for him to be able to get that inventory, put the mortars out there together somewhere on a beach, and then just fire them off, and we'll have a small, as they say in Hawaii, small kind, a small kind liberation, Independence Day celebration. What do you think?
There's no small kind fireworks in Hawaii.
I know.
They get crazy.
I'm trying to, for the children. We have to do this for the children. We have to give them something to look forward to, because right now, even the prospects of a school year in 2020 for the ones that want to go to school, that all looks like it's going to be upside down. And again, as the Hawaiians will say, kapakai. What is it that we're going to try to do? What's the big deal? And we'll see what we can learn about that. But anyway, as I was saying, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Mike's side here, I like saying it that way because it sounds broadcasty, but joined by my baby sister, Mana Silva Tyron, and she is going to be taking care of all of the news and the headlines and the big deals that we get to talk about today. And there are some very, very interesting stories, notwithstanding I want to find out. Linda DeNorcy's not there anymore. She's not going to be there. I think when is her retirement effective? First?
Well, she said next week. So did she give an actual date?
But I
next
won't.
week. So this would be like the processing out. Let me use up all of my leave.
Oh, right. Okay, well,
it's
just that I don't want to call it. I don't want to call it a second wave. Unless she calls it a second wave. Because apparently we did some testing yesterday. We got 15 new cases or something
14,
like that.
Yeah, 14. According to the governor's webpage.
The Twitchers on social media are already twitching violently. As it, second wave, shut the airport down, everybody put your mask on. But I don't understand how we can be getting 15 additional people here with the testing going on, because everybody is wearing their masks. I have not been anywhere out in public.
If you just stop the testing, then we won't get any new positives.
Right? And it's not like, okay, so with all of the new cases that we've got here, up to and including the guys in the military, right, the airmen, you know what the numbers are of people that have been hospitalized as a result of this? It's still zero. It's still zero, guys. So I just trying to figure out what all the twitching and the worrying and the hand wringing is that's going on. So we'll talk about that and a bunch of other stuff. But in case today is in case it is a second wave, I will note for those of you watching on Facebook Live that I have linked second wave, the concept of waves, into the title for today's show. Stoked, that's a surfer word, right? If I was left side, right side, Magundis.
Sick and stoked.
We're stoked to ride the second wave. So go ahead, ride it with us. And also on board on their stand-up paddles and their surfboard is these bunch of superstars.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Oh, it's a huge Friday crowd we got here, led by Dave Torrey. Pew Pew is number one today. Got Gary Shaunols is Gary or Greg? All of a sudden, I can't remember. I wrote it down. I write like a doctor. Anyway, Mr. Shaunols at number 2. We got Nate Horn there, James Howard, Janice Wong, and Marie Trousseau. Mark Cruz, who's waving. Mark Cruz and I were actually in a WhatsApp conversation just around the 6 o'clock hour, just as it turned into 6 o'clock, and then he's got the unmitigated gall while we're having this conversation about Joanne Brown on Tall Tales yesterday. He says, "Oh, you're late. You're late signing on." Well, I'm sitting there going, yeah, because I'm chatting with you here. What? Number one is chatting with him and trying to find a surfer word that I could use with the second wave phrase. So there's Mark Cruz. I got John Ray Taitano. Needs is on, and Ismail is online this morning as well. On the active list right now, I see James Howard, Kevin Uggan. That's a Pitbull, big sister Shelly Gibson in there, and she's a nice shirt today. It is. I like
She
this
likes
shirt.
your melons.
This. I don't know if you can. We'd have to. I'd almost have to get real close to this, but yeah, this is my watermelon shirt.
It's very cheerful.
It is, and that's why I wore it today
Happy
because
Friday
it's almost what is it? Singing barbershop quartet shirt, right? It's almost it's got that, but it also
between
has
that shirt and the lemon shirt. Those
Always
are kind
fruity.
I was going to wear it. I was going to wear it earlier in the week.
You a fruitcake.
It's okay. It's all right. I'll get them later. But after you leave at 8:30, it's just pile on with Joe. But so I was going to wear it earlier in the week, but I thought with everybody as sensitive as they are these days, somebody is going to go, "Are those watermelons on your shirt?" And sure enough, just before the show starts, Joe Cruz comes into the studio, opens the door, he leans in and says, "Are those
really
watermelons on your shirt?"
With really big eyes.
I'm wearing a shirt with watermelons on it. My God.
Karen.
All of the protests that are
Karen.
going on across the country. How insensitive could you possibly be? Look, if a fruit gets you all riled up, if you are triggered, if you think I'm trolling you by wearing a shirt with fruits on it, of a watermelon on it, you've got bigger problems than your perceived image of me as a racist. Trust me on this one. You need to go see somebody, go and get some kind of therapy. Good morning, Carissa. Nice to see you online there. I got Auntie Bennett, Lujan Duenas. Might be in the kitchen. Very hot in the kitchen, yes, with all the resignations and retirements that seem to be going on. Hoffa Tommy Salas is there, and Eric Mendel. Sounds like these folks carried the big salary just long enough for it to figure into their GovGuam retirement benefits, maybe. It's possible. I mean, you can't really say that, you look at a retirement from somebody like Linda and Pinko Denorsi and go, well, it's sudden. There's such a sudden thing here. But she's been knocking around the government of Guam for a long, long time. It was easily 10 years ago that I interviewed her when she had stood up one of the Southern public health buildings, right? So, I mean, she's been, it's not just this rodeo. She's been there for a long time. And Tom Atta, how long has it been for Tom? I mean, he's been doing the gig for decades as well. Frankly, it's time for him to retire. I earlier last year celebrated 40-some-odd years in the broadcasting industry. Of course, there's no retirement plan for anything. My retirement plan is Social Security. My retirement plan is to marry somebody way richer than me, and I'm working on it. There's the lady, or maybe it's a guy in Hong Kong that's sending me emails these days. I'll keep you posted. I'll keep you posted.
Perhaps
Anyway,
after working with really good administrations over the last 3 decades, she was like, "Oh my God, what's going on here? I gotta retire."
You can look at it that way as well. Jose Martinez, nice to see you there. It's Carlos Barreto is online this morning. Is Edita Sardea. Good morning, everybody, and enjoy your time with Ray Gibson. Edita Sardea, always on the program this morning. It's always nice to see your name. Gene Uggan Martinez is there. Hava Sheila Sublime, good to have you online here this morning. Long time no see. Is that Benny St. Nicholas? It is Benny St. Nicholas online this morning. Outrageous. Got Ken Augustin is on. Benny St. Nicholas asking, is Joanne Brown still making the news? Tim Lahan's there. I got Pierre Tarine. And Lady D is online. Okay, I got you. I see Gus Castro Jasangas is online. It's not a morning show unless he chimes in at some point or another. Rico Blancaflor, second wave. Play the Hawaii Five-0 theme song. Oh, my God. How do we miss things like that? Thank you. This is why. This is why we've got to have this international listening and online audience here, because you will pick up where I've left off. But you're right. Now, if I got to figure out a good time to play it, because if I play too much of it, the Facebook Gestapo will reach in and then they will silence that portion of the program, because near as I can tell, it probably still has a copyright. Mark Anthony says, morning, everybody. Good to have you there. Adonis Mendiola likes the shaky shirt. Yeah, it does kind of look like that. Ken Augustin says, is everyone abandoning Lou's sinking proa? Come on now. Jay Rojas likes the shirt, says at least it's not inside out. That's cool.
Happy birthday, Jay.
Happy birthday, Jay.
And happy birthday to you, Jay. Kevin says you are a sweet watermelon, Raimundo. That's right. Melina Montanonia is online. Nice to spend time with Melina and the crew last night over at the place. Remind me to talk about the the restaurant scene here in a couple of minutes. Johnny Torres, what's it say? It says it seems like every time someone quits or retires or transfers, they get a bunch of positives. Is that? It does seem like that, isn't it? You know, somebody's going to retire, and never mind the last 6 months worth of headlines, and never mind the things that I was saying earlier in the week about some of the policy that had come out of from the North Sea on, do I have to wear a mask in public now? Would I be a public nuisance if I was out someplace not wearing a mask? But yeah, it's like, oh, you're leaving now? Okay, bye. It was nice knowing. No, it was really nice knowing you. Thanks for coming by. Thank you for your 30 years of service, notwithstanding the thing where you told everybody that I had the potential to be a public nuisance. Totally accepting the challenge. I appreciate that. Alpha Lillian Cruz, good to have you online this morning. Jess Mendiola saying these people want to leave with whatever integrity they have left. Whoa, boy, because this administration is an infection that's stealing people's souls just to advance their personal agenda with no regard for the damage left in their wake. Huh. Is that how do you really feel? Let's talk about things. You got to talk it out. You've got to express your emotions. You just got to get behind own those feelings. Own those feelings. It's okay. Shout it out from the rooftops. You can do that here. There's a bunch of other places where you can do that. I see my cousin Troy's online. Cousin Troy's there.
Morning, Cello.
Good morning, my most beautifulest cousin in the whole wide world. Favoritist.
All right. What's that? Benny St. Nicholas says, no offense, folks, but neither Dems or Republican. I believe that if you once held a position as a senator for the Guam legislature and didn't make the top 15, then that should mean that the people of Guam had voted for those senators, not to, he wrote it in all caps, so I'm going to get to the end of it, not to hold these leadership positions anymore, but because of whichever political party holding and sitting in the executive branch, bringing former senators is in as appointed position should not be. And then he just runs out of steam right there. It's just finish it, Benny. Come on. Tommy Bernardo is online, and he says, yeah, the kitchen must be hot. There's Carl L.G. Bloss and Frank Chargaloff saying good morning to everybody. And I'll look at the list again a little bit later on, see what other great island celebrities we've got joining us for the program here today. Yeah, it's always curious to see the retirements and the resignations and the movements of people. It adds to the chromatics, the color, if you will, of the political gossip that we have, because you're never satisfied with what is written down on the paper. You're never satisfied with the official language that comes out of the governor's office. And we'd like to say thank you very much to Joe Cruz for your decades of service on behalf of the people of Guam, and we wish you good luck and Godspeed. They all read the same, but you're sitting there going, come on, there's always more. What's the more here on Denorsi? What's the more here on Tommy? And we may never know. We may never know. It might be, 19th floor stuff? Might end up being 19th floor stuff, but it might be sometimes as simple as, you know what? I've made enough money in the government of Guam. I got nothing else to prove. I've gone as far as I can possibly go in this vehicle, and while I still got a few years of good life left in me, I think maybe I'm going to do something else. Now, what is Linda Denorsi capable of doing? Do you suppose maybe she'll end up in the healthcare industry somewhere else? You know, some people, if it was me, you know what I'd like to do when I retire? Wait a second, I got to think about it. I've never actually pondered it. Although I will say there was a time, it wasn't that long ago, when I was thinking, if anything happened and it was just to do the morning show, and then I could have, it's not too far from what I got now, just the rest of the day to keep myself occupied. I always thought it would be cool to work for one of these companies that, where the whole thing is all about Korean hot pants and tourists in bikinis, right? So you go work at, what's the place down in Petey? The
Fisheye?
Fisheye. Work over someplace like that, and just I'd be like a deckhand on one of these boats that went out, and just like get a tan, wear sunglasses, and put the zinc oxide on my nose the entire time.
Welcome to Fantasy Island.
Exactly. So it would be that, or be one of the guys with the orange aprons over at Home Depot.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't that be cool? Yeah. Just, whatever your question is, aisle 6. Aisle 6 right over there. right over there. The one with Velcro, not a problem. We've got that. It comes in all kinds of different colors, Fiesta colors, if you want to. Anyway, 6:32. Remind me when we come back from the headlines. I do want to talk about. I am very, very concerned at a lot of different reasons and a lot of different levels. But I went down into the downtown Hagåtña area last night because it's close to my house. And was thinking maybe I'd go and run into a couple of restaurants that I had frequented before the pandemic scare and see how they're doing now. And I got to tell you, I was really, really disappointed with some of the things that I saw. And one of the reasons why I think it was not as busy as it could have been, in at least one of the places, they were on the list, the list that came out. And I am hoping that maybe it was just a question of, Thursday night, not everybody's gotten their payroll, the money inserted into their payroll and everybody just staying home. Or is it possible that some of the places that I wanted to go and see big crowds at last night were less crowded because they were on the list and people are freaking out about it. So remind me to talk about that. And I'm going to read from the list, but I'm going to read from the list with a completely different, uniquely Ray Gibson twist. So that's going to be coming up in a couple of minutes. 6:33 right now. Montecillo Tyron has got your first look at headlines. Here it comes now from the Guam Daily Post.
14 people have been confirmed positive with COVID-19 out of 309 that were tested in Hagåtña Heights. There have now been a total of 245 confirmed cases on Guam. They say 66 of those cases are active. GMH is looking to expand its capabilities to care for COVID patients in the event there is a spike in hospitalizations. GMH looking at converting their telemetry ward to a COVID ward. They were before the legislature in their budget hearing yesterday. Another batch of unemployment checks to be released next week, this one worth $36.4 million in unemployment benefits. Labor Director Dave Della Sola, also before budget senators yesterday, says this batch covers error-free claims filed through June 4th. A 37-year-old woman plucked from the waters of the Hagåtña Marina yesterday. GFD rescuers say it was a drowning. They were called to the scene about 4 p.m. The woman was taken to Naval Hospital with CPR en route. And the man charged with the killing of 37-year-old Joey Zamora at an Hagåtña Heights home is now claiming self-defense under the Castle Doctrine law. Anthony Gregory Mendiola is being held on $50,000 cash bail. Mendiola had previously filed a complaint against the victim in August of last year. Documents state that Zamora was previously living at Mendiola's home, and Mendiola no longer wanted him there. And those are your headlines from the Guam Daily Post. For more on these stories, you can pick up a copy of the paper or log on to their website at postguam.com.
Thanks very much, Mona. 6:35 in the morning, and that's iConnect time. Run to the nearest iConnect. There's one all over the place. There's one right next to us here on Marine Corps Drive. They got one over at the Micronesia Mall. Save yourself some time before you come in to find out about plans or whatever. You might want to give them a ring. It's a safe way to do it in COVID pandemic scare times. 888-8888 is their telephone number.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
The Guam Visitors Bureau and Island Beautification Task Force invite you to come out and join the community on Saturday, June 27th, as we work together to beautify our island. Showtime is at 8 a.m. Let's take a moment to show our island pride, to get up and move towards building a better, safer Guam for our friends, families, and visitors. Learn how you can sign up for a beautification site or donate supplies at GuamVisitorsBureau.com and follow social media pages for updates. Special thanks to the stations of Choice Broadcasting.
Portions of the program also being brought to you by our friends over at Subway. Delivery is available at Subway. Yeah, it's a whole brave new world where you can actually go online to something and you say, I want to have a foot-long BMT on 9-grain honey. I want that with some banana peppers and a few jalapenos, and I love olives. Just coat the thing with olives. And I'll say, okay, and then they will call the guys over at Good to Go. They will bring it to your place. Subway, delicious at your doorstep.
Becoming a homeowner can be a scary process, but it doesn't have to be, especially if you have the right guidance. Break through your fears and go to a real estate professional that will ensure a higher chance of success. That person is Lolita Cammett of RE/MAX Diamond Realty. Lolita also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, and military and corporate relocation. Don't be afraid. Call Lolita Cammett from RE/MAX Diamond Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
All right, must be time to find out what's playing on the traffic gizmo here. Like this, I got this in the email and thought I'd share it with you. Due to COVID-19, we're asking protesters to work from home and destroy your own property. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Send those in at 988-5874. Excuse me. Traffic gizmo time, and this is what it looks like. Don't see too much that's happening. It's mostly intersection traffic right now. Today would be, if I was in the police department, today would be a good day. Did we get any notes from them about drive sober, get pulled over this weekend?
No, I didn't see anything.
All right. Well, watch out. They might be doing some speed enforcement along Guam's roadways. You're seeing on the screen right now. See if I can centralize that. You got a little bit of traffic up in the at Anderson Air Force Base area. Looks like between 1 and 9. You might see a little bit of traffic through there. Making your way southbound on Marine Corps Drive doesn't look so bad. Not bad at all. Some of the back roads look like they're doing okay today. If you get to 8, 10, and 16, don't expect too much by way of traffic through there. 10 and 15 will busy up a little bit later on because it's the dumbest intersection on the island. But there's always the possibility that there could be a new dumb intersection. Right? So we got 10 and 15 is dumb. I've talked about this before. For some reason, you get on 10 and you got Price Elementary on the right-hand side. Left-hand side, you got the entryway into the back road to Anderson, Route 15, right?
Yes,
that
sir.
great intersection. And there are days here, you get there and no problem, 3 or 4 cars in front of you, everybody gets to go, there's no hassle. And then on other days you get there and nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. Daytime, nighttime. But the light will go green. A car will go, and then it will go yellow and red. And you go, what is this? Why can't we have nice things? Why can we not have nice things? Anyway, so you got that happening. Getting into the downtown and Gatineau area from the east and west side shouldn't be too much of a problem. And traffic looking like it's slowing down just a little bit over at the entrance to Big Navy in Sumai. It's 6:39. Right now, traffic on the point.
As we emerge from the effects of the global pandemic, Security Title is rethinking how to best serve our customers. With our houses clean and closets reorganized, here's a reminder to take a look at the title to your house and other real estate. Is your trust in order? Is it time to update your wills? Do you have the best interest rate available on your home? As we get back to work, there's no better time to revisit your most valuable asset, your property. Call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
Real Talk Radio is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
And there it is, the family portrait, our congressional family portrait there. We got a picture of Congresswoman Madeline Zebradalio. There's Uncle Robert holding their little baby. And don't they both love him? Don't they? You know, it's always the first one. It's always the firstborn that gets all the attention, especially if it's a boy, right?
So cute.
So cute. You want to pinch his cheeks.
Mungy.
But you know, times change. This is obviously an old picture. It's still funny, but it's an old picture now. I would submit to somewhere out there, Ismael, is somebody with the appropriate Photoshop skills. And here's your challenge this morning: is go. I want you to find a picture that you can hack into of a mom and dad looking over 2 warring children. Right? So the mom would be Madeline. The dad would be Uncle Robert. The 2 warring children, we got a picture of Mike St. Nicholas now, and he would be doing battle with his sibling. A little sibling rivalry, right? A couple of brothers fighting with each other. Sibling rival with Will Castro.
Oh, yeah.
So that would in my mind that would be the perfect new family portrait, because that's what we've got ahead of us. It's the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. Hi, Ray here. 888-8255-888-TALK. That's nice. Bill Pettit is there. Jane Nauta saying buenas. John Torres says, Ray, man, when you retire, you should open a bar 24 hours and do a talk show at the same time. I've pondered the idea, and the instructions to the family are, if I should ever become senile, and there are probably indications that I may already be there, but the deal is just set up a microphone on the kitchen table and I'll just pretend through my senility that I'm doing a talk show. We've got the governor on line one, Ray. Okay, and I'll start just doing an interview, just me and my senile self. 6:42 in the morning. Let me see. Frank Chargaloff is there. I got Lady D saying, Ray Gibson, I imagine your retirement would be sitting at the beach and chasing girls. Sitting at the beach for sure. I don't know about chasing because I'm 58 years old. I don't know how much chase I got left. Benny St. Nicholas, Ray Gibson for Senator 2020. Yeah, okay. Tattoo Shauna is online. Adita Camarillo, good to see you there online and hanging out with us this morning. Nick Perlowski, replying to a comment that Benny St. Nicholas made, says, agree, should be a moratorium stating that you must wait 2 years before you can be appointed to a position. If not, they're wolves in sheep's clothing. Isn't there a thing, like if you're a senator, you can't do anything in the government to go on for a year?
No.
We don't have anything like
not
that?
for a senator.
They had that like in D.C., right? Like the congresswoman, when she stepped down, she couldn't take another job or work with another politically affiliated shop for another year or
If
something.
you work for the government of Guam, you can't work for any of the contracts that you've signed for a period of a year.
Right. Yeah. Okay, all right. Because I remember there was a dust-up. People were talking about Judy Wanpat getting that job over at the charter school place, saying, okay, so she spent all those years in the legislature setting up charter schools and eventually setting up a position for herself down the road. And there were people that were very thought that there was a big controversy about that because there was a timeline that existed. But my understanding is that she got that job after the time had expired.
And I don't know if she had anything directly to do with the finalizing of that contract. So
okay.
I don't know if there would be a conflict.
6:43 in the morning, and it is time for our daily visit with the other Governor Leon Guerrero. That would be Ken Leon Guerrero. Good morning, Kenneth. How you doing?
I'm doing just fine, and your lead-in was perfect. Where you and Mana were talking about ethics. And then we had that story.
Mana, did you know we were talking about ethics? Wait a second. Did you know we were talking about ethics? Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, then we'll just presume. You know what? If you caught it, if you're listening and you're going, "Wow, that's just brilliant." Okay, we'll take the credit for it. Otherwise, I'm just trying to kill 30 seconds before I got to the call. Anyway, so Ken.
Yeah, I mean the story that Chris Barnett broke about most of the mayors getting differential pay for their work with COVID. It just blew my mind when I saw that because, they are highly paid and, they're first responders, yes, but they're highly paid first responders. They're elected officials, and now they're claiming differential pay. I wouldn't be surprised if they're getting overtime and holiday pay as well with that attitude.
Wait a second. Wait a second. So they're going to be getting. I haven't read the story. They're going to be getting some kind of differential. And let's. I'm not. What do we mean first responders here? Did anybody climbing down a cliff to rescue the baby? The baby in the well? Are we telling you that they saving lives out there? I like them and everything. I got a great one. Rudy's bugs me all the time. He says, Ray, come by. I got a box of fruits for you.
Yeah.
But that doesn't make him a first responder.
Well, the part that bothers me about this is they're elected officials. Maybe I'm just not aware of it. Maybe the senators and the governor and everybody else is getting differential pay as well out of this. But in Hawaii, the government has recognized the financial hammering they're taking. They're laying off people. They're furloughing people. They're cutting hours. And what are we doing over here? The Mayor's Council of Guam is giving the mayors an option to pay themselves 15% more.
Nice.
And all of them except for 5 took it.
You should run for office. You should run for office.
I'll contemplate it.
Yeah, you should run for office, and then you should create some kind of I don't know, legislation that would spell out clearly what a first responder is and what the roles of the first responder are and to what degree a differential should be required for doing essentially more than what you were originally hired to do. So first responder, by definition, I don't know that you would get a differential because you're already doing the job that you're supposed to be doing. So I don't know if you do it twice. or do it more often. Maybe that's the thing. We'll work on all of that. Hey, quick question having to do with some degree of politics. I'm in a chat room with the Republican Party, and there was a note that said that at your request you have been removed from the chat group, from the Republican chat group. Why did you want to leave?
Well, because I have a big difference in focus than the Republican Party leadership. The Republican Party leadership, their entire focus in the time that I've been part of it, and it hasn't been long, don't get me wrong, has all been about winning the majority. We must win the majority. We have to get the majority at all costs. But nowhere in any of the conversations are there discussions about policies or planks or platforms or things for the benefit of the people. And so, that was just a big issue for me, because what I wanted to do was to create a platform for the people, something that because right now there's no difference between Republicans and Democrats here on Guam. We're basically softball teams.
We all say Biba the same way. Biba, Ken LG.
Biba! And what I wanted to do is I wanted to come up with a platform, something that would be different than what the Democrats came up with, where they said, we're going to roll back the business privilege tax, the 1%. We're going to collect taxes due so we won't have to raise tax. We're going to fix Guam Memorial Hospital. We're going to make government of Guam more transparent and accountable. We're going to streamline the cost of, and they didn't do a damn thing.
Look, so give them time. Give them time. It's
give them 4 years.
There's a lot can get done. Ken, there's a lot that can get done in the 64 days between now and the primary.
Oh yeah, we see that every year between the primary and the general. That all kinds of more promises are going to be made, or bills like 367 and 368 are going to be introduced. We're going to give everybody $500 more. We're going to give a special company a $4.5 million contract, provided they bring enough votes to us in the primary. I don't like those games, and my thought was that so many people worried that if I ran for office, I would turn into a politician.
But well, here's let me ask you because I appreciate your sentiments. I appreciate your thoughts, and I feel the same. Yes, he did. Mark's asking. Wait, he asked to be removed? Don't you know how to leave a WhatsApp chat? What you do is you type something, and then you delete it, and then you leave. Right? So everybody wonders why the hell Ken leave. So what did Phil Flores tick Ken off, and now he quit? But I get it. I recognize what you were saying. Totally understand.
Yeah. So from an integrity point of view, I felt that if I was going to be taking pot shots at the political parties, both Republican and Democrat, it wouldn't be it wouldn't be a high place if I'm sitting in there lurking in the chat rooms and using the chats as the source of my fodder.
Well, okay, I understand. But however, Ken, I would submit to you that it would have been and it should have been a Ken initiative to go into, and you can do that in chat groups. You can go in and say, listen, I appreciate the conversation, and there is a whole lot of Biba, and whenever, oh my God, when somebody in the Republican Party has a birthday, it's 100 messages deep with Biba this, Biba that, and congratulations on having gone around the sun for another year. So you get that, but you could have gone in and said, hey, listen, I appreciate all the fun stuff that goes on in here and the deep conversations that we have. However, can we have a conversation about the platform? Can we have a conversation about what the intentions are of the Republican Party if they are fortunate to get a majority of people in the 36th Guam legislature enough to outdo some of the nonsense that has been done or otherwise ignored in the 35th Guam legislature? Hashtag dumbest bunch ever.
Well, I tried that a year ago. I went to a meeting of the executive committee and basically said that.
Yeah.
And then I hoped that with the change in leadership in the executive committee of the Republican Party, that was going to change. But after a meeting and realizing that nothing had changed and that the majority is the only reason that this group exists, securing the majority, not taking care of the people.
Yeah, but you've got to get the majority, and it's got to be a significant majority of people, because otherwise there's just too much at stake here. So if that is the overt goal of the Republican Party of Guam, to get a majority of people in the legislature, and then you can get 10 people to vote at the same time to roll back the GRT, because I guarantee that Adelup would put up a fight for something like that. For any number of other platform issues that the party can run on, none of them can be done unless you've got a super majority, so that you can override the vetoes that are doubtless to come from Adelup. 652. I got to let you go. I got a bigger name on line 2.
Okay, thank you.
All right, talk to you later. That's the other governor, Ken LG, on the line here this morning. It's always interesting talking to him. Now, a member of the soon-to-be supermajority of the Republican Party in the 36th Guam legislature, Senator Jim Moylan's on the line. Good morning, Jim.
Hey, good morning, Ray. It's Friday, right? Happy Friday.
Can't you tell by looking at my shirt that it's Friday? If you were watching the program, you wouldn't know. You'd be, oh, my God. I got to dig into my closet and find my Happy Place shirt as well.
You know, I got one just like that. Let's do that.
Okay, we'll do that, and we'll get banjos, and we'll show up over at Lone Star and start singing songs, campfire songs.
Terrific.
Yeah. Listen, a couple of things here. Ken had mentioned, he was talking about doing some laws for the people, and it's worth pointing out, guys, next week, Monday, there's going to be a round of public hearings over at the legislature. A bunch of the bills have to do with health care, basically duck and cover, and trying to undo some of the things that were done over at by Adelup, and some prohibitions and things that the legislature would like to have in front of Adelup, whoever is the governor of Guam. So if you got questions about them, just go and look them up. But Senator Jim Moylan has got an act there that he would like to get a public hearing on and get some attention relative to enhancing transparency during the state of a public health emergency. And this is one of those things that goes, you might not remember, goes back to when we thought the lockdown was only going to be 2 weeks. You remember? Flatten the curve, all of that stuff, and then all of a sudden here comes all these executive orders and going, open government. We don't need open government. Transparency and procurement, that's for the other guys. We don't need any of that. And you wanted to put some roadmaps and some guidance and some guardrails on that concept. Tell me a little bit about your bill.
Yes. So what we saw, the transparency now, it seems to be just with FOIAing Adelup. And the directors, I sure are really busy with all these FOIA requests that they must do to make the timelines. And that's because Chapter 19, Title 10 there, is more, gives the authority to the governor to do all these things that has been being done, and which is fine. But what's missing in Chapter 19 are the reporting requirements. Nowhere in the current law does it require the governor to report to the legislature representing the people of who, where, why, and what. Mm-hmm. So the bill basically puts that into each section of the law. For example, if the governor wishes to take over a hotel, it doesn't prevent her from doing that, but it does say within a time frame, I think it's 10 days or so, tell us who, where, when, and why, and tell us how much as well. So by doing so, we had the transparency to better understand it, and we saw this as a need as we continue to go through this pandemic, where there are so many questions of why this is being done, and to include when your items are being mailed in for PPEs, but is being held and not knowing why, to the roadblocks, right, as well. So
can I offer an amendment?
Sure.
Like my dear people of Guam, I'd like to proffer an amendment. I think that's the right word. Can we put something in there? Speaking of guardrails and transparency, I think that we need to have language adopted into that section of code that would provide for advice and consent of the legislature in order to continue the emergency declaration. Because we've been living under an emergency declaration now for 3.5 months.
Exactly.
And you cannot just allow anybody to just roll this thing over at will. We're probably going to have it extended through July as well. For whatever reason, I don't know. We've got an additional number of people that have tested positive. We're doing a lot more tests these days, but we got more people that have tested positive, and I'm sure that is going to be used as ammunition to say, well, you know what? There's not enough social distancing. There's not enough people wearing their masks. We got that loudmouth on the radio every morning complaining about it. So we're going to do another month of emergency here in the government of Guam. They need to be able to. The governor's office has to be able to go to the legislature, and the legislature should approve that and say, all right, you believe there's an emergency, prove it to us. Otherwise, lift the restrictions and let people go back to work.
Right, and that's where the checks and balances comes in. And if we have transparency built into the pandemic law, we could see that a lot clearer. And so the authority is there for the legislature currently in the law to override the governor's position on the pandemic emergency.
But they're gutless. They're not ever going to take your leadership there is gutless, and you know it. And they're never going to take the initiative to do that on their own, because they're going to freak out about the second wave. They're going to be freaking out about the 15 people as well. It has to be triggered by the statute. There has to be something on the calendar that says 2 weeks after this occurs. Absent that, your leadership's not going to do anything about it.
Right, or we would have the authority also to apply it again too. So that, yes, further amendments can be done, and then that's where it goes into having the last caller. I think Ken was discussing, or you were mentioning also having who has the majority party, right? And it's important. As I learned, seeing my different bills come across and seeing the priorities of bills that make it to the floor, that's their own priorities. I would do something different, but to get the voices heard, then you need more in the minority also to be at the table. So I'm hoping with 36 that will be the situation, and then we can have also further transparency, especially when it comes to the pandemic law.
Okay, just real quick, because there's only a minute left in the program. Did you hear back from Bill Clinton? I mean, Bill Clinton. Who's the guy? The other president. No, Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Did you hear back from the Donald?
No, I have not, but I'm sure he's quite busy as well. But we do hope for an exemption to allow us to continue our H-2B workers.
Okay,
right.
All right. Well, let me know when you get one. It's 6:59 and change. There's Senator Jim Moylan on the radio. I'll talk to you pretty soon. You have a good. You have a good weekend. Hope I see you out there. 7 o'clock in the morning. We've got the Fox News Live coming up here in just seconds. Montecillo Tyron will have a look at all the big stories, the big breaking news for you from the Guam Daily Post. Jerry Roberts is coming in with his Friday invocation, the benediction from Jerry Roberts. It's the extra point that's going to be up on the radio in just a few moments. In the meantime, reminder for the telephone number, it's 888-8255. You can send me, I'd love to hear from you. Send me your WhatsApp messages, just like this one that's on the screen right now. That goes to 988-5874. That's 988-5874. The Ray Gibson Show on 93.3. This is The Point.
Fox News. The House takes up a sweeping police reform bill a day after Democrats blocked a Republican version in the U.S. Senate. The House version is now named in honor of George Floyd, a month after his death in Minneapolis.
Today, we have the opportunity and the obligation to ensure that his death and the deaths of so many others are not in vain.
Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she doesn't think protesters around the country will accept no action, but Republicans accuse Democrats of throwing up election year roadblocks and being unwilling to negotiate on the GOP proposals. One of the first states to begin easing pandemic restrictions, Texas, is now pausing its reopening as a surge continues in the South and West.
22 states in the last week have seen a spike in new cases, 20% or higher. That's including California, Arizona, Florida, South Carolina, and Texas. As the numbers of new coronavirus cases climbs to an all-time high, experts say greatly expanded testing probably accounts for some of the increase, along with loosening of restrictions around Memorial Day that took place.
Fox's Laura Ingle, the president, tweeting about testing earlier today, then visiting a shipbuilder in Wisconsin. Joe Biden is in another election battleground, Pennsylvania, warning against the president's efforts to scrap Obamacare.
We need a public option now more than ever, especially when more than 20 million people are unemployed.
Biden has said he wants to improve Obamacare. President Trump wants to replace it, but it's not clear what the replacement would be if the Trump administration wins a court fight that could kill it. Some 47 million Americans thrown out of work by the pandemic as first-time claims for unemployment benefits stay above 1 million for another week. But a late rally on Wall Street, the Dow up about 300 points after yesterday's pandemic-driven plunge. The NASDAQ and the S&P also gaining 1%. America is listening to Fox News.
Off a day, this is Carl from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future. Whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community, our dedicated team in Guam and on the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
With the click of a mouse, your dream to visit museums in Europe is now within reach. Your son has time to learn to play the uke, and your daughter's geometry homework no longer scares you both. Despite our challenges, we still need to keep living, keep learning, and keep dreaming. GTA wants you to know that we're in this together. If it's distance learning, working from home, or connecting with family and friends, we'll keep you connected to your world and your dreams. Connect with us at gta.net. Call us at 644-4482 or visit us on Facebook. Dreams start at home. We start with you.
Today marks 70 years since the start of the Korean War, which, among other casualties, cost the lives of some 36,000 U.S. troops.
Commander of U.S. forces in Korea, General Robert Abrams, honored today those human sacrifices. And in a statement, Defense Secretary Mark Esper said the 38,000 American forces now posted in South Korea support diplomatic efforts to achieve complete denuclearization of North Korea. Offensive actions and saber-rattling by Pyongyang in recent weeks have ratcheted up tensions on the peninsula. North Korean regimes over the years have used what they call American aggression in the 1950s war as justification of their buildup of nuclear and missile arsenals now.
Fox's Greg Palcott, President Trump and the First Lady visiting the Korean War Memorial earlier today. Another popular country group announces a name change.
The Dixie Chicks have done away with Dixie. The band is now officially named The Chicks. You don't like the sound of the truth. The band's name change comes a week after Lady Antebellum changed their name to Lady A, and public discourse began over the appropriateness of the Civil War era Dixie as part of their moniker. The band has often been referred to as the Chicks by fans. The country pop trio said in a one-sentence statement on the band's website, "We want to meet this moment," alluding to the change. The move coincided with the Chicks' latest single, March March. The band's first album in 14 years, Gaslighter, comes out July 17th. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
A Disney ride targeted by an online petition is about to be revamped. The outcry is over the Splash Mountain ride at both Disneyland and Disney World. It features songs and characters from the 1946 film Song of the South, which has been criticized for racial stereotypes. Disney says the ride will soon be based instead on The Princess and the Frog, the 2009 movie featuring Disney's first black princess. And Lisa Brady, Fox News.
The Guam Visitors Bureau and Island Beautification Task Force invite you to come out and join the community on Saturday, June 27, as we work together to beautify our island. Showtime is at 8 a.m. Let's take a moment to show our island pride, to get up and move towards building a better, safer Guam for our friends, families, and visitors. Learn how you can sign up for a beautification site or donate supplies at GuamVisitorsBureau.com and follow social media pages for updates. Special thanks to the stations of Choice Broadcasting. Becoming a homeowner can be a scary process, but it doesn't have to be, especially if you have the right guidance. Break through your fears and go to a real estate professional that will ensure a higher chance of success. That person is Lolita Camet of RE/MAX Diamond Realty. Lolita also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, and military and corporate relocation. Don't be afraid. Call Lolita Camet from RE/MAX Diamond Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
Today it's 7:06. I'm Mona Silva Tyron with a look at your local news from the Guam Daily Post. 14 people confirmed to have COVID-19 yesterday. Public health testing 309 people in Agana Heights. Over 500 specimens were collected yesterday in Jotnya. To date, there have been a total of 245 confirmed cases. 66 of those are active cases. Well, amidst the coronavirus pandemic response, the director of the Guam Department of Public Health has announced that she's going to be retiring. Linda Denorsi, the latest cabinet member to be calling it quits, she said yesterday that she will be retiring from public health next week. Laurent Duenas will be the acting director following her retirement. Denorsi didn't say why she's chosen now to retire. And the Guam Memorial Hospital looking to expand its capabilities to care for more coronavirus patients should the island see a spike in cases. GMH, going before the legislature in their budget hearing yesterday, said that they want to open a fourth COVID-19 care unit. GMH's administrator, Lillian Posada, says the hospital has converted its urgent care unit, specialty outpatient clinic, and fourth-floor pediatric unit into COVID-19 care units. She says they want to convert the third-floor telemetry ward into a COVID care unit, adding 26 beds to that effort. In its budget outline, GMH said that they're projecting $137.9 million as its funding requirement for fiscal year 2021. This includes about $105 million from operating revenues. The remainder is a combination of general fund and special fund revenues. There have been some shortfalls when compared to last year's monthly revenues. However, GMH's Chief Financial Officer, Yuka Hechinova, says that the hospital is still ahead of its year-to-date budget by about $4.8 million. And the second batch of unemployment benefits will be released next week, worth an additional $36.4 million. It was just this week that the Department of Labor was able to put out the first batch, worth $35 million. Labor Director Dave De La Sola says that this second batch will cover error-free claims filed through June 4th. We'll have more news right after this.
Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro in Hagåtña and Tumon are now open for takeout and free delivery services in selected locations. For more information, call 479-2652 or 3 or 969-2652. Open Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. and from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with the true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine at the comforts of your own home. They take your favorite local dishes and serve them with extra flair you will only find at Mezcla, a true taste of Guam.
A 37-year-old woman is said to have drowned at the Agana Marina yesterday. The woman was pulled from the marina about 4 in the afternoon by GFD rescuers. She was taken to Naval Hospital with CPR en route. In using the Castle Doctrine Law as his defense, the man charged with killing 37-year-old Joseph Zamora at an Agana Heights home is now claiming self-defense. Anthony Gregory Mendiola is being held on $50,000 cash bail. His attorney, Joe McDonald, contends that Mendiola is immune from being prosecuted because Zamora was an intruder in his home and he wasn't supposed to be there. Zamora was found dead with a gunshot to his back and a separate wound to his upper arm. Mendiola is charged with the murder and a number of firearms charges. Democrat delegate Mike St-Nicholas has filed his candidacy papers with the Guam Election Commission, as did Republican Senator Will Castro, both vying for the delegate seat in Washington. Castro and St-Nicholas are among 69 people who have so far filed with the Guam Election Commission just days before the June 30th deadline. Up for grabs in the August 29th primaries are the seats in the mayor's offices and vice mayors, senators, and the delegate's seat, as well as the office of the public auditor. And even amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, there are many individuals and families on island who continue to fight against cancer. And although it won't be the usual gathering of survivors and their supporters, the American Cancer Society's Relay for Life will make its virtual debut on Saturday. Tina Noke of the American Cancer Society says that they've worked very closely with the teams as well as with the island's cancer survivors to create an event. The virtual relay is patterned after the traditional event and will include the parade of survivors and the parade of teams and music from local artists. And the Relay for Life will be held on the 27th, that's this Saturday, starting at 6:30. It'll be broadcast on the Relay for Life website. Go to relayforlife.org/GuamGU, and you can also tune in live on KUAM. And those are your top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Here's Ray with your weather.
There better be some great bands
There have been.
I don't know. I mean, I remember when they first started the Relay for Life and the overnight fun that it used to be and that kind of thing, and now they've kind of scaled it back. And I guess the thing that we can look forward to is participants won't get drenched like they normally do. It seems to me that every year it's one of those things when we start lining up for the Relay for Life, make sure that you bring a tent and an umbrella because it will rain on you at GW. All right, you call for weather? We got partly cloudy skies in the forecast for today. Isolated showers are there as well. Easterly winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. We can expect daytime highs today about 90 hot degrees. Is there more? Yeah, they're going to pile on the heat index, make it feel like 96 degrees a little bit later on today. And when does the cool stuff start? I don't know. I think we're in that time where we're going to start transitioning into a little bit more of these rainy periods. But we're not quite there yet, where we've got the skies all cloudy all day and rain all day. Not yet. Soon, I think. Partly cloudy over the weekend with some isolated showers in the forecast. Winds east 10 to 15 miles an hour, and overnight lows should be about 79 degrees. Highs near 90. Do I have a weather map up here? I think I do. I might be able to take a look and see where we are and what kind of weather surrounds us. So not much by way of weather coming in from the eastern side of the map, but we do have a little bit of wind moving off from the west to east. Sunrise this morning was at 5:56. Watch the sunset tonight at 6:51. Right? I missed, apparently, a great sunset last night. I got all kinds of people. They're posting up pictures of a gorgeous sunset last night up on the social medias. I was not watching for the sunset. I was watching for customers in a couple of places in the downtown Agutnia area. More on that in a couple of minutes. 7:12, that's news and weather together on The Point.
GPSI Guam is a professional technical services company that is a registered contractor for the federal government. They're SBA approved, 8A, and HubZone certified, providing program and project management, administration, technical support, logistics, and commodities. Find out more about GPSI and how they can help you today. Contact GPSI if you need assistance in meeting your small business subcontracting goals at 671-477-3058. They'll be happy to assist.
As we stand up to coronavirus by standing back with social distancing, Bank Pacific reminds you that you can come to the bank without going to the bank. Use many of our other delivery platforms like online banking at bankpacific.com, accessing cash at our ATMs, shopping with our debit cards. For businesses, we have secure cash and check drop windows, and we are employing a new smarter mobile app with remote deposit capture in the next few weeks. We're all in this together, and together we will win. Bank Pacific. Brothers put branches, we place roots. Member FDIC.
Thanks, Bill. 7:14 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at KFC. Yesterday, they were supposed to come by. There was a communications issue. Imagine that. Here we are in the communications business, but communications issue. So they will be by at some point this morning to show off all of their new donut treat items that you can get over there. But I can still talk about it. Just swing by the nearest KFC and see what they've got for you. Coffee and donuts, a half a dozen or a dozen with your freshly brewed coffee, all served hot only at KFC, available in all locations. The Ray Gibson Show is also brought to you by American President Lines, global presence with a local home.
Getting you back to the talk faster. It's the Ray Gibson Show.
Is Tarza open yet? Did we open up Tarza and did we open up the Onward Beach Park? Are they open yet? You don't know?
They did. Remember they opened up. It was one of those.
You have to swim 6 feet away from everyone.
It's just
don't pee in the pool.
Today is Mia Silva's birthday. Mana's baby girl is celebrating.
Birthday.
No, she's not 17.
She's
Get out of here with that
17.
noise. No, she's just a little kid. We just had her birthday at Onward.
She was just 2 last year.
Right? We just had the thing.
She'll always be 2 to me.
Well,
but she's 17.
No, we're going to get together a little bit later on, and will she be awake in time for that? The family gathering?
We'll see.
Later this afternoon?
And we have the little markings on the ground with 6 feet apart. We'll give out masks.
Yeah. Oh,
and
perfect.
sanitizer at the door.
Well, in fact, we'll have people from Environmental Services at the Department of Public Health
we're
there.
actually going to put up a shield so that they can't see in with their binoculars.
That's why Linda DeNorsi retired, so that she can take on a little side gig with Mana at the house this afternoon as we celebrate.
To find out, when I did the head count, we do have under 25 people in our family, so it's very small.
You're assuming everybody's
keeping with the orders.
Assuming that everybody's going to show up here this morning. 7:15 in the morning. So happy birthday to my baby niece, Mia Silva. Jerry Roberts already standing by for the extra point. A couple of things that I wanted to talk about was up to and including how 2020 is going to be the most boring year in the history of history. You take a look at everything that we got. The Relay for Life is out. They're doing the Relay for Life, but it's going to be a virtual Relay for Life. The Guam International Marathon has not been canceled, but it is now a virtual marathon. Right? Everything, and they're outright canceling things. I.e., the New York.
How do you do a virtual marathon?
They'll give
do you like you run inside your house, run in place? For 20, what you think is 26.2 miles?
No. You put your Strava on. If you've got Strava, you got a Garmin. Runners and things like that. We're all data freaks, and there is on this watch a version of a program called Strava. So the watch will keep track of where I'm going. So if I was to continue, I signed up for the half marathon, right? So I can just say forget it. We're not doing the race, and that's all there is to it. But the people over at the Guam International Marathon still want to have a virtual race. So I will go and find a 13.1 mile route and run that, and then I give them the data from my Strava.
That's your race.
That's my race. That's my race. That's my time. That's my pace.
But people are doing different routes. Let's say
that's
doesn't matter.
Well, if I was to do it, I would probably follow the same route that they would normally use for the half marathon. So you start in Tumon, go up Marine Corps Drive, go up to Marine Corps Drive over at John F. Kennedy High School, run until you get to about where the old Harley Davidson was. And then wiggle back, and that's how you're going to do 13.1 miles. You follow that route.
That's you, because you're fair-minded, you're balanced, you're law-abiding, you do the right thing all the time.
I could also do it on a treadmill, I suppose. I could do it at 13, but I know. You made the face. 13.1 miles on the treadmill. I don't know about that. It'd have to be something really good on television to watch. So the New York City Marathon canceled because of the COVID-19. The Berlin Marathon canceled because of coronavirus as well. So it's everything is off the charts and off the tables. We've got the 4th of July that's right around the corner. No working on the 4th of July.
Oh, no.
Yeah, well, it's a Saturday, but I think we're going to take the observed day off as well. Just, everybody sleeping on Friday morning. So just FYI, I'll get you the details on that. But it's not as though there's going to be a big, massive 4th of July concert, fireworks, everybody gathering around someplace to enjoy the day. Although we could, because like I said, Jeff Jams, the guy that does the fireworks, does have inventory. So if the governor changed her mind and said, can we do about a 20-minute show, Jeff would be able to go out there, stick the mortars in the ground, and light up some fireworks. Okay. July 21st. Likewise, Liberation Day.
Tuesday.
Not going to be doing anything. There's no liberation festivities. There's no fireworks. There's no carnival. There's no.
So are we here
on Liberation Day?
Yeah.
It's a holiday.
Yeah. Because there's nothing going on.
How would I want to say that as the manager? Yes, take the time to reflect on the sacrifices of the men and women, the great generation that came before us and endured the suffering and the challenges of the Second World War.
I concur wholeheartely.
Invasion and occupation of the Japanese, and in honor of that, I'll drink Japanese beer. What do you say?
Okay, but my question is, are we coming into the show that day?
I don't know. It's 3 weeks from now. Don't I normally give everybody a heads up 24, 48 hours before the holiday?
You are one of the most prepared people I know.
Absolutely. 7:19 in the morning. All right, a couple of things that I think are worth talking about just because it's my show and I get to decide what I'm interested in. There is a list that came out a few days ago. Well, it came out the other day, the 30 places on the list that were visited by the airmen. I went to one of those places in the downtown Agutnia area last night.
So apparently did the 15 people that tested positive, I guess. They probably went there too.
Well, I don't know about that, but I went to one of the places last night, and all the mitigation is there. There was somebody sanitizing, there was somebody checking. 2 weeks into this where they finally allowed restaurants to open, there's still, they have not yet gotten the fatigue that you refer to. And so there was still somebody at the front that was checking temperatures.
Compliance fatigue.
Yeah, there was still somebody that was ensuring that I sanitized my hands on the way in, and when I left the bar, somebody wiped the thing down with some kind of a sanitizing spray. So I was glad to see that that, but I was disappointed that there weren't as many customers. It was a Thursday night in a trendy spot in the downtown Agutya area. Really? And they had some decent takeaway business, but it wasn't like it didn't look like was as busy as it was the last time I was in there. And I'm worried for some of these businesses now because they're on the scarlet letter list that has gone out. So folks, if you've got some time over the weekend, I'd take a look at that list. And because many of them are doing what they're supposed to be doing. There's nothing in the world that says that these guys in the Air Force got sick from going to these places. These are just places that they went to. And it was a couple of weeks ago, and trust me, the places are clean and sanitized.
And they got sick from there. It's like they brought it with them, right?
But there's also that possibility, right? So I've noted a couple of places that I'm going to go out of my way to visit. Not because they're my favorite places, but because I've never been to some of these places before.
Really?
Yeah. Imagine that these airmen have gone to places and are dining and enjoying the services
that we've never been to.
I have never been to.
Okay, so if autograph seekers are out there this weekend looking to get one from you, where would those places be?
I have never eaten at Eggs and Things.
Oh, yeah, in Tumon.
In Tumon, right down there. They've got a nice little outdoor thing going on. I run by it all the time. Sometimes I park the car there when I go sunset hunting, but I've never actually eaten at Eggs and Things. Yeah. So maybe I'm gonna go there. Plus, they always, back in the olden days, they always had a line with tourists in there. But now might be a little bit easier to get to. Yep. Number one, they're on the list, and number two, you don't have to fight the line of tourists, right? So check that out. I don't know if I'm saying this right. Gogio in Tumon. Do you know the place? No. Real Joe, anything?
I don't.
All right, we're going to have to look it up on the map and find the place. There's the Ohana Beach Club. I don't know, is that just some place for jet skis and laying out on the beach, or is there any kind of food there? I will go by sometime this weekend and see what we've got. There's Primo Pizzacaya.
That one I've seen. It's over by the Circle K 76.
That place is good.
Yeah. Okay. So and the thing is, I know the owners. They're constantly inviting me down, and
I see a lot of people posting the really good reviews on
Where? I've heard that. Do you know right across from Weston?
Well, right below Tourist Nightclub.
Right. Yes, exactly. Right below Tourist Nightclub.
Well, what Circle K is in there?
There's a little grab and go that they got.
Store, yeah.
Yeah. It's nice. It used to be. Yeah. So that place is open, and the airmen visited there. So I want to visit there as well and try with some of the stuff they have. Born and raised on Guam, never been to the Sumai Bar and Grill.
Oh yeah.
Never have I ever.
They got really great burgers.
I've heard that over the years, but I always looked at
burgers,
hey, that's
cold beer.
Far away from the house. It's not someplace I generally run into. But I imagine that there are probably a bunch of people in the service, probably a bunch of people in the Agate Santa Rita area.
But it's kind of like I don't know their hours, but every time I drive by, they're closed, so their hours are not regular.
She's coming close.
You're on the inside.
Gogio is a self-grill restaurant in Tumon.
Oh.
Nice. Okay. Does he have a location on that? Does it say where it is?
Not exactly.
Okay, here's the point that I'm going to get to with just a couple more names to go is these are businesses, local businesses, number one, and they've got local employees there, number two. There's no evidence that suggests that anybody got sick at these places, and even if they've taken a sidestep somewhere, trust me, they're doing the mitigations in there. They're wiping stuff down. Give these guys another look and a second chance. There's Oumari Honten, also in Tumon, and I probably need to look that one up on the map, and Yokozuna. Why does that sound familiar, Man? Is that someplace that we have been?
Oh, it's right across Izakaya.
Yes.
It's a little Japanese. It's got sushi. They serve Japanese food. They got these big lanterns in front.
Mm-hmm.
Cross Rotary Sushi.
Remember
the
I
old
told
Rotary
you?
Sushi or the new Rotary Sushi?
Across the old Rotary Sushi, right in front of the reef.
Remember I told you they were having that beer special?
Yeah,
I was running one morning and I saw beer
Great
special.
food,
All right, I do know.
Yeah.
I've eaten there 100 times. That place I do know. I just didn't know the name. Didn't they change it recently or something? So go and check these guys out. Support the local businesses and all the employees that work in there. There's nothing else going on this weekend. Everything else that's fun has been canceled. And if you feel like wearing a mask and wearing gloves and PPEs, then go and do that. But help support these businesses now more than ever. They need it. At 7:25 in the morning, Jerry Roberts is in the studio for our Friday benediction. It is the Extra Point, being brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and the guys over at First Hawaiian Bank, where it all starts with yes.
Got a question for you. I want you to think before you respond.
Fired. Oh,
are you mentally tough, Gibson?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I mean, that is a challenging question. Are you mentally? Do you have the stuff?
You got the stuff. Today, we talk about having the kind of mindset that will enable you to achieve amazing things. And that's up next on The Extra Point.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
We buy a homeowner's policy and never give it another thought until something happens. Life brings changes, and our coverage needs can change. The smart thing to do is get the answers and level up our insurance to make sure we're totally protected.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
To start things off, I want you to put the image in your mind of the most mentally tough person you've ever known. I mean, this person could handle anything a job or client or coworker or even a boss could throw at him or her. When you think of them, you think of a rock. You have the image in your mind right now? Now, I want you to imagine yourself and your mindset under pressure. And I have 2 questions for you. How far away are you from having the other person's rock-solid mindset? And the second question, take any problem or major challenge you've had in the past year or two and tell yourself what this other person would have done to handle the situation that you didn't do. So what is mental toughness? I'm sure there's a lot that can go into the definition, but I'll keep it simple. In a competitive world, it's the psychological edge that lets you handle the pressure and adversity better than others and to perform at a high level. We've all seen the individuals and teams that excel in the big moments when it really counts, when the end result is still unknown. What is it about them in those big moments? Why do some people thrive when the game is on the line while others shrink? Is mental toughness genetic, or is it a learned characteristic that any of us can harness when we need it the most? Mental toughness is about the ability to focus on the main thing when everybody else's attention is scattered and they have trouble focusing. It's about coping with stresses and strains, things that are unexpected and things that are unfair. It's having a determination that defies distractions. But it goes a step farther than that. We've talked before about Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic philosopher. One definition of a Stoic could be a person who operates more on logic and less on emotion. Aurelius had an opinion about how to achieve mental toughness, and it gets into areas that make some people nervous. Here's what he said. Only worry about what matters to you. Everything else is noise. Simply shrug it off. When you're dealing with emotions or situations that stand in the way of your highest aims in life, be indifferent to it. Be indifferent to it? Ignore it? Blow it off? When I first saw those words, I thought, no way. You have to confront the demons, the barriers, the things in life that prevent you from moving forward. Don't you? Well, since I never made it to emperor, and Aurelius did, maybe he knew something I don't. Well, I thought back to the moments in my life when I was my most effective, when I got things done a lot of people doubted I could. I was going after things I should have doubted myself. In those times, it was just as Aurelius stated. I was so focused that I was indifferent to anything that really didn't matter. And indifference is flexible. I didn't ignore my family or friends. I still did little things to please customers. I appreciated constructive feedback. I ignored any snarky stuff that came from competitors or those who were just trying to bring me down. Do you have those kind of people messing with you? Be indifferent. Be indifferent to the trolls on Facebook. In fact, be indifferent to Facebook. The bottom line is I locked on to what I had to do and didn't allow myself to be separated from my purpose. I wish I could say I'm always that focused and always can be that indifferent, and I'm working on it. If you're saying to yourself, well, I can never do that, do it like that, be that focused, well, I think you can. But even if you can't yet generate the level of mental toughness you'd ultimately like to have, you can do some of these things and get a lot further down the road than you are now. And then it's all about practice and repetition, evaluation, and tweaking a few things, and then more practice. Mental toughness is there for you if you want it. That's the Extra Point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
I'm glad that you started that off with, imagine the person that you thought was mentally tough, the guy that could handle anything, because that helps guide the rest of the riff in my head on how I'm feeling about it. So the two guys, there are two of them that I came up with. One of them is my former boss, Lee Holmes, who was is incredible. I remember I'd done a survey around the island after a storm. He says, "How bad is it?" And I said, most of our wires are on the ground everywhere. I mean, you go from 30,000 subscribers to virtually zero overnight because of a typhoon. And he'd go, okay. And he'd put together a plan, and before you know it, we'd be stringing places up and getting everybody back online. The other one is our favorite disaster governor, Carl T.C. Gutierrez. Well, can you imagine everything that was thrown at him disaster-wise while he was the governor of Guam, and the lack of any kind of cooperation that he got from anybody over at the legislature, even people inside of his own party. But he was able to shrug it off, and now who has survived the day to come back and is still our hero today, working with the visitor industry to revive the hospitality industry on Guam? Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez.
The ability to focus and push aside the things that don't matter to really hone in on what does matter.
Courage is always rewarded, as I like to say, and keep that in your head the next time you've got a problem that you've got to get on top of. 7:32 in the morning, that's Jerry Roberts, and today's Extra Point, again, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank, where it all starts with yes. Time now for somebody else in the family. She has the reputation for mental toughness. Believe it, Mana Silva Tyron's got news coming up in a second, and what I mean to say when I say that is you don't want to get on her bad side. You don't want to. She's a tough grader, if you will. I got Lolita Kamet of Remax Diamond Realty brings you the program. This newscast for all of your real estate needs. Call her at 688-674-3730 News. Also brought to you by GPSI Guam. Their number is 477-3058. Ask for Al. Now, with news from the Guam Daily Post, here's Mana Silva Tyron.
It's good news. Another batch of unemployment checks being released next week. This one worth $36.4 million in unemployment benefits. The Guam Department of Labor Director Dave Delasola says this batch covers error-free claims filed through June 4th. A 37-year-old woman plucked from the waters of Agana Marina yesterday. GFD rescuers were called to the scene just after 4. The woman was taken to Naval Hospital with CPR en route. And the man charged in the killing of 37-year-old Joey Zamora at an Agana Heights home is now claiming self-defense under the Castle Doctrine. Anthony Gregory Mendiola is being held on $50,000 cash bail. Mendiola had previously filed a complaint against Zamora, who he said was not allowed to be at his home. Amidst the coronavirus pandemic response, the Director of Public Health is announcing that she will be retiring effective next week. Linda Denorsi, the latest cabinet member to be calling it quits. Laurent Duenas will be acting director following Denorsi's retirement. And the Joint Region Public Health order for the active members of the military has been extended until July 1st, according to an announcement from Joint Region. This as they continue to do contact tracing for last week's increase in positive tests amongst DoD personnel on Guam. And those are your headlines from the Guam Daily Post. For more on these stories, pick up a copy of the paper, log on to their website at postguam.com.
Gotcha. 7:34 in the morning, and portions of the program there. That one from Al Yanger and the guys over at GPSI, and our friends, our Auntie Lolita Kamet. 888-8255 is my telephone number. 888-8888 is the phone number for the guys over at iConnect. It's iConnect time at 7:34. There's an iConnect over at the Micronesia Mall. You know what they got in there? Gizmos. Yeah, chargers and Bluetoothy things and cables and cords and holders and that kind of thing for your digital life. Find out more about that by visiting iConnect at the Micronesia Mall.
Becoming a homeowner can be a scary process, but it doesn't have to be, especially if you have the right guidance. Break through your fears and go to a real estate professional that will ensure a higher chance of success. That person is Lolita Kamet of Remax Diamond Realty. Lolita also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, and military and corporate relocation. Don't be afraid. Call Lolita Kamet from Remax Diamond Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
7:34, 7:35, portions of the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by Guam Regional Medical City, the first choice for all of your specialty care needs. Also being brought to you by Security Title. Confidentiality, Ron and Kim know how to keep a secret. So if you got something going on in the real estate game and you need it on the down low, always check with them first.
Let Chili's do the cooking for you. They're open to satisfy your craving for their delicious burgers, tacos, and ribs. Or feed the whole family with a variety of all-in-one platter offerings. Get your Chili's favorites in a way that works for you. Curbside pickup or delivery. Plus, receive a 10% discount on all regular to-go pickup orders. Call 648-7377, WhatsApp 929-7376, or delivery with Good to Go. Visit Chili's Guam on Facebook or Instagram for more info. Chili's, you can still savor the moment at home.
It's time for the traffic gizmo. Last time I looked at it, things were heating up a little bit over at the entrance to Big Navy and Sumai, and it looks like, yeah, it's still there, but it looks like it's on the other side of the gate, so maybe things are moving a little bit smoother than normally on a Friday morning. Looking at some of the other things that we've got working for you, getting into the downtown and getting your area right now shouldn't be a major problem. Looking at it on the screen, doesn't look like there's anything worse than a little bit of intersection traffic back and forth. What's this on Marine Corps Drive, just north of the GP, I keep wanting to call it Gibson's. Southbound traffic on Marine Corps Drive. Looks like it might be somewhere between, there it is, Mount Touray. Sorry, want to get my location and my bearings. All right, so yeah, it is right around the ITC building intersection. Watch out for slower traffic through there. Maybe something going on over at the drive-through. Let me see, looking at some of the rest of the traffic, there it is, a little bit of traffic over by the McDonald's up on Route 16. In that area, looking busy as people are making their way towards the Costs You Less area. Up in the Dededo area, let me see if I can scooch out on this so I can get a better view of what's happening on the north end of the island. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's too much that is going to be slowing you down up on the north side. Just regular Friday morning traffic. Still a little bit of traffic up at the entrance to Anderson Air Force Base as usual. At 7:30, that's Right Now Traffic. This is The Point.
As we emerge from the effects of the global pandemic, Security Title is rethinking how to best serve our customers. With our houses clean and closets reorganized, here's a reminder to take a look at the title to your house and other real estate. Is your trust in order? Is it time to update your wills? Do you have the best interest rate available on your home? As we get back to work, there's no better time to revisit your most valuable asset, your property. Call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
You've got a job to do. Having the right equipment for the job is critical, and East West Rental has the exact tools you need. Get it done faster with the right stuff, whether it's landscaping tools, concrete tools, lifts, trucks, lights, generators, trench boxes, welders, tents, tables, and chairs. They're here to help you tackle any project you're working on, big or small. Open Monday to Saturday, 7 to 5, closed Sundays. Find what you're looking for at East West Rental Center in Upper Tumont, or call 646-1463.
Is another shoe getting ready to drop here? Yeah, there is that possibility. 888-255-888-TALK is the telephone number here on the radio station. You got something going on, we need to hear about it. So use that method to find out. What have we got here? There's a couple of things that are floating around. Let me talk about some of the people that you can find on the Facebooks. Here I go. Oh, there's my pal Ronnie. She told me the other day she doesn't like it when I say her name, but that's okay, Ms. Lynn. I got you. Candy Knutson Guzman is there. Kim Anderson Young from over at where's that place? As I said, Security Title. Ken LG says that in poster reminds me of the movie True Lies. I put up a poster that an advertisement that was sent to me on the Facebooks. Wait. First, let me get this on. This is that sunset that I missed last night. You want to take a look at something absolutely gorgeous? We've got the rays of the sun going down, all kinds of different colors happening there. A little bit of the clouds on the horizon. How did I manage to miss that one? Well, I was out doing my part, trying to support some local businesses in the downtown Agutnia area, and I would hope that you would do the same thing if you get a chance to go out there and spend some of that COVID-19 money. So this is not a poster, it was an actual ad that somebody had remembered to take a picture of. And hold on, just in case you need it. Just in case you need it. And what it is, it says that the career politicians still don't get it. It reads, crime is up. Taxes have been raised. The cost of living is up. Our hospital has lost its accreditation. The career politicians say they have the solutions. Well, if that's the truth, why are they things so bad? They've broken their promises and broken the law. And then it says it's time for Lou and Josh. Is there more on that? I think there is. Let me see if I can expand this. They're trusted, proven, and law-abiding. Talking about Lou and Josh in the ad. They'll tackle the issues facing all of us. They've already succeeded helping and caring for thousands in her nursing, policymaking, banking, and their public administration and private sector careers. Lou and Josh will get the needed cops in our villages. Lou and Josh will collect taxes. Lou and Josh will attract new industries to Guam and create new and better paying jobs for our people. Lou and Josh will get the hospital accreditation restored. It's time to make the changes we need and expect for our island. There's a picture of Lou and Josh and the big I'm in thing. Yeah, you see that? You remember all of that? Wonder how much of that is going to be reused here as we get into re-election campaign season for at least a few people that might be closely associated with in, or are they going to begin the process of moving away, giving a little bit of daylight between the administration and them and what they'd like to see in the campaign. But here's this the hard truth, Ken, and you're absolutely right. Is the true lies is there's going to be, as we move into this election season, a whole bunch of promises that are going to be made. And I don't know, maybe it's just a function of getting older, but it seems to me that very little time seems to be required now to see the difference between what you are going to get promised through this summer of love in 2020 between here and the election and then the inauguration, and then we'll see how much things change. How much things change, what we've got in terms of holding on to those promises and making them come true. Because outside of just a couple of people in the 35th Guam legislature, hashtag dumbest bunch ever, we've only got a couple of people in there that I would say have held to their promise, or at least tried to continue to hold to their promises. Who else is playing around to get Director Cho is online. Keith Toy is there. Renee Lau. Hafatoni Uggan. Maybe the administration of the word transparent is different. Lou's a banker, but identifies as a parent, so she's a transparent? Mark Anthony Terlai, Ron and Cindy De La Rosa. Good morning. Nina Bowling and Tammy from over at the post office. Kevin Kanata is online. I got Joe Leasealongi, Sonia Limes. Kelly is there. Ken LG. And thanks very much for posting that story from KUAM. The most mayors take COVID differential pay. That's just funny. Tattoo Sean is online. Hafatoni Uggan and James Schmidt is there. Eunice Mendiola. Who are the mayors that didn't take the 15%? Inquiring minds want to know. We'll work on that. Sarah Garin, the 5 mayors not getting COVID pay. She's good. We've got Hagåtña Mayor John Cruz, Moleso Mayor Ernie Chargaloff, Doris Lujan from Inarajan, Ordat Salampago Mayor Jess Gogui, and PD Mayor Jess Allig have left their 15% on the table. Rochelle Merrill, good morning to you. We were talking about restaurants that I've never ever been in that were visited apparently by the airmen, and we were talking about the Sumai Bar and Grill. Cousin Troy says they have the best. He capitalized that. Best burgers on Guam. Greg Karabrock, Taco Shack in Agate. You know, I can't say I haven't been there because every time I go to Agate, I stop by there. You put in your order for the whatever is the taco thing that you're going to get. Go next door to the gas station and get yourself a couple of Mexican beers, Corona or something like that, and then you can enjoy, because they don't give you a hard time about drinking beer while you're enjoying their tacos over at the Taco Shack. Dan Merfallen says good burgers at Sumai Bar and Grill. JP St. Nicholas says they're open for lunch. Says good food. Tanya Toby, support local since Gigi isn't. Valerie Bloss is there. Smug is online. Annette Ada Vasquez. I see Rick Duenas, not that one, the other one. And John Ray says they're going to extend the public health emergency another month, and we will be remaining in P-Core 2. I told you there's going to be twitching. We'll talk about that and a little bit more. Dave Del Sol is on the telephone line this morning and wanted to give him an opportunity to talk about the numbers that are going to be going out Monday. Is that right? The next batch of the PUAs and the FPUCs?
Yes, it's more probably like Tuesday, but it could be Monday if the drawdown happens quicker.
Ah, I see. So folks just need to keep an eye on their bank accounts over the weekend, and there could be a substantial introduction of funds into those accounts.
Yep, they seem to be going fairly smoothly, and we are hoping we're already working on the next batch, so we'll just keep moving forward and getting claims in, fixing claims, getting claims out, going back and cleaning up those claims. It's a daunting process, but at least we are starting to get the money out, and feel better about that.
Okay, now, have we gotten a little bit more by way of the distribution of the funds? Because earlier in the week, it looked like it was only one bank that was getting the money into the accounts. Have we seen the other banks being able to fold the money into the checking accounts faster in the last few days?
Yeah, there was no problem. It's just, and I'm not a financial guy, I'm a labor guy. But from my understanding, it's just that it takes an extra day because when the transfer goes out, the bank draws it down the next morning or something to that effect. So there's always going to be at least a 1-day delay for it to go out, received by the bank, and then posted into the accounts. You know, there's a few more steps in that, but it should just be there the next morning or the next afternoon. So that's the financial process. It's nothing political, nothing anything. It's just the way things will work.
I didn't suggest it, and I hope you didn't hear anything in the sound of my voice that would indicate that I had any conspiratorial thoughts about it.
Yeah, nothing. And there's no interest gaining on any of these. The money's never held into the bank. It just hits the bank, and then the EFTs go out at the same time, essentially.
Okay.
So everything works smoothly.
Okay, so now that we've gotten, what did you say? It's going to be going until, what, the 4th of June for people that had filed through the 4th of June. Can we anticipate that the monies will go out like that in 3 or 4 day batches, or will there be a point where you say, okay, we've got as many people as we can get into the system right now, and they're making their initial applications, and they're putting in their weekly updates, and so there will just be a continuous stream of cash leaving the Treasury and into bank accounts?
I think I mentioned this last time, is that we are putting some fraud prevention measures in through the software, and if that works out well and they go in and create a higher percentage of error-free claims, then we'll, instead of doing it 2 or 3 days at a time, we'll do it at a much larger batches until we get caught up to the present. And once we get closer to the present, we're going to be shifting to doing it once a week, doing batches and paying, like, similar to so that way everybody can anticipate a certain day, getting it at a certain time. And right now, as soon as I can batch it, I just want to pay it, and that creates a lot more work for DOA and for the banks and everything. But I know that the people are hurting, and so the governor said, Dave, just get the money out as quick as you can approve it, and just keep doing that until we can get caught up.
Gotcha.
So I'm taking her word, and I'm going to do it that way.
All right, got a note here. Phil Flores just talking to Real Joe Cruz, says they have been receiving the money smoothly. So if you've got an account over at Bank Pacific, if the transaction, if Higher Guam says the transaction has been made, it has already been sent through the banking systems, and Bank Pacific, among the others, is having no problems. Everything is going smooth on those transactions. Dave, I got to let you go. I got a bigger name on line 2.
Thank you very much, Ray. You have a good day.
I will. You have a good weekend. I'll see you. What? No, kids. No, because this guy's in charge of 30,000 school kids on Guam and parents now anticipating putting them back in school for school year 2020/2021. I thought I saw on Twitter, and I was should have, but did not. You've got an infographic on Twitter, don't you? That shows some of the back and forth about what is being discussed for school year 2020/21. Good morning, John.
Hi, good morning. That's really not a great introduction, Ray, but
why? I can't say you're bigger. Well, I guess it's, I don't know, on the balance. Okay, so Dave Del Sol is going to be in charge of metering out almost $1 billion in PUAs and.
Yes, absolutely. No, I'm just joking. I think obviously a lot of pressure going into the preparation for a possible school year. So we all of our team feel the pressure and are doing our best to keep things going in the right direction with safety in mind, and then trying to figure out how we're going to keep our kids getting their education. So I think the infographic you're referring to definitely went out through our GDOE social media, and we put it out there, and we will continue to do so. Part of what we did earlier was just to let people know what the safety requirements are, and that are going to set the parameters for operating our school year this year, and then also putting out what we call the models of learning for this coming school year. And those are 3 different ways in which our kids are going to be able to receive their education. And a lot of it's, right now, a lot of what we're doing is gathering information and surveying our parents, and as they register, getting their getting that specific information, whether they're going to be able to engage in distance learning online, which is through the internet, through a laptop or a computer, distance learning at home through hard copy materials. As you know, we did the grab and learn, where we are able to distribute hard copy instructional materials that the kids can complete at home.
Yep.
And then the hybrid kind of face-to-face instruction, where they're able to come in several times during the week, but on alternating days, you resort to either hard copy or online. So kind of a hybrid mode. So. Right now,
it's very confusing to me, and I like to think that I'm a little bit smarter than the average bear, but I'm looking at some of this, and I'm trying to force the models into my head, and if I was the parent of a DOE student, how this would impact, number one, their learning, and number two, our school year lifestyle.
Right. No, we definitely understand that, and right now what we're doing is we're trying to gather. We have a parent guardian survey that's out there, and
I posted the link several times on the show.
Yeah. And that was really good for us to do, because it really emphasizes where the parents are coming from at this point. And we recognize that opinions will change as maybe the health situation changes, going forward. But right now, you're talking about really, really high numbers that are just telling us safety is the key component. So whether it comes to how strongly you feel about hand sanitizers, about the hygienic practices, face masks, everything, we're talking about 90s to high 90s of parents saying that's the top priority. Mm-hmm. And then second, let's figure out how we're going to teach and learn in that environment. So with teaching and learning, we've asked, what we're going to be doing between now and the start of the school year is once we get the board's affirmation and final approval on June 30th, we'll spend a lot more time really communicating with the parents as to how it will actually work logistically at their school. We know there are parents who are communicating with us who are saying, we don't want our children at school at all. So we want 100% distance learning if that's possible.
Wow. And
we're really trying to gauge, how many of our parents and our students want to engage in that 100% distance learning. Even if it's just for a temporary period of time, versus those on the other side of the spectrum who say, please, can we send our kids to school every day? We feel comfortable. So we. Well,
can I also can I ask for a voucher? If I had a DOE-aged student, could I get a voucher from you? If I look at it and say, I don't like any of these models, can I get a voucher and send a kid to Harvest or to Academy of Our Lady or Notre Dame or Mount Carmel?
Right. Well, you can't get it from us, but we did have a meeting yesterday, and I know there are several private schools, Catholic schools, as well as charter schools who are kind of in the same kind of predicament. They've got to also let their parents know, what's happening, because they're trying to enroll parents at this time and make sure that they get their enrollment kind of finalized. Yeah. And the discussion we had was not just in terms of us planning each of our systems planning for what we want to do, but we are going to need public health clearance and so forth before we can actually open up. So we spent yesterday on the phone with the Lieutenant Governor and his medical team and the representative of public health. It looks like what we're going to have to do is submit our plan for opening to public health for final sign-off, and that's where we're really going to have to nail down what those social distancing requirements are going to be at school, what the requirements are for face masks and so forth.
Well, are you going to require the kids come to school with their immunization and the COVID-19 test?
Well, the immunization is part of it. The COVID-19 is not at this point a part of it. We're not at this point going to be able to test everybody, but that's something that we're still discussing as to how practical and will that be given the supply of tests that are available on island.
Can I make just an observation? Sorry, John. Can I make an observation? Between birth and 19 years of age, since they have been testing for COVID-19 here on Guam, the entire time there have only been 18 cases of individuals, minors, that have tested positive for COVID-19. If you balance that against the rest of the population, is it possible everything that we are hearing about kids, in particular school-age kids, not being super spreaders and not being all that susceptible to COVID-19? Is it possible we're making too much of a big deal about it and just let the kids in school just like we did last year?
Well, I think that's a debate for the medical professionals. And we are, we readily admit that, while we're monitoring all of the discussion and, the things, the news that we hear from other countries, and we are relying very heavily on our medical partners over at Public Health and with the surgeons, so to kind of help us guide our way through the through this situation. But I will say that as far as that goes, I've also given my input, which is, we recognize that there will be new information, there may be new safety parameters and things that may come out and say, look, we can relax this restriction or, here and there, and that's okay. But as far as implementation, it's been so ingrained throughout the community, and our surveys are showing that people understand and believe that these are the existing minimum protections that need to be put in place, including social distancing, face masks, hand washing, and so forth. So even if we do later on see a change, we've asked, to give us the flexibility to implement those changes, because we know you can't just flip a switch overnight at a school. Redo the schedules, get the parents satisfied that they understand what these new changes are. So even if the situation changes, it will take some time because we want our community to feel safe and feel assured that we've got safety in mind. And so even if the guidance changes, as you know, the whole island community is going to be asking for proof or or the studies. Let's see.
Well, yeah, and at the end of this, all the kids may just look at it as that was the year that it was the most inconvenient. I had to wear a uniform and I had to wear a mask. And can we get the mask in school colors? Patricia Dolores Duenas, her online response. Never mind the survey. She says this is one parent who does not want distance learning, and my kid doesn't want distance learning either. She wants to go back to school.
No, absolutely, and I recognize Mrs. Duenas' point of view, because we're getting that as well from some parents. But I think at the end of the day, we are trying to facilitate distance learning for those who can and want to and are able to take advantage of it. On the other hand, when it comes to the physical, classes taking place on campus, that is going to be guided by the restrictions in place from Public Health and the executive orders that would be there in place. So right now, we are required to do the 6-foot distancing. I know that they are looking at occupancy levels as well. And so, we did in our planning, which we submitted to Public Health yesterday, we have gone through the CDC guidelines. We've looked at other jurisdictions, other organizations to really fine tune our approach so that it will help inform, hopefully the governor's decision as she sets those parameters. But with regard to physical, classes taking place, that will be guided by the parameters set forth in the Public Health, with Public Health guidance and approval.
One last thought before I let you go into your Friday morning is, you still talking to the guys at the Department of Education in the United States to see if we can get out from under the third-party fiduciary agent? I mean, I recognize that there are other fish to fry, but that would free up a lot of resources.
Well, yeah, just quickly, they were supposed to come in April to really give us a review of the situation on site, an online visit. But because of COVID-19, that didn't take place. So right now we're working on a virtual monitoring visit. So, basically it's going to be done by Skype.
Yep.
But we're going to do that. We have plans to do that mid-July. So at the same time we're doing all this reopening planning work, we're preparing for that as well. And we hope that goes well as we didn't want to delay it any further. So we didn't want to use COVID-19 as an excuse. So July right now is the targeted date that we're working on with USN for the virtual visit.
Yeah, because COVID-19 or not, you're still paying the bill, right?
Right, absolutely.
Yep.
Ray, you did ask me something. I wasn't unable to get on the radio at that time, but you asked me about this RFI out for community internet, and I just wanted to let you know that we put out a request for information. It's it's due on July 7th, but mainly going to our internet service providers. And the point of all of this was to seek their expertise and strategies and how we close the gap in terms of those homes, those households that don't have access to the internet now. And, whether it's infrastructure or vouchers or some other type of creative way to help our families out there get that access. We're doing it on behalf of DOE, UOG, and GCC. And I know you asked about it, and it is part of our strategy to try to build those connections in the villages with the funds that are available through our federal partners.
So you guys going to pick up the tab for that? All right.
Yeah, so that or the governor's office. The governor has $12 million as well that she's looking at maybe helping with that effort as well. So
she's probably going to give that. I was going to say just joking. She's probably going to give that to Juan Pat. So listen, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. I appreciate your feedback on that. I'll talk to you pretty soon. Have a good weekend. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ray.
Right on. John Fernandez from the Department of Education, trying to put those models together. Why don't you? It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Stand by now. Fox News Live on the point.
House hours away from a vote on police reform.
The George Floyd Justice and Policing Act will fundamentally transform the culture of policing to address systemic racism, curb police brutality, and bring accountability to our police department.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, but Republican leader Kevin McCarthy is outraged Democrats wouldn't even consider a Republican bill that failed in the Senate yesterday.
They are not serious about getting a law. What they want to do is politicize it and make sure nothing happens.
The House bill includes language limiting qualified immunity for police officers, making it easier to sue them in civil court. It also bans chokeholds and no-knock warrants in federal drug cases. The governor of Texas putting on the brakes when it comes to reopening after virus lockdowns, at least in some counties.
Governor Abbott is stopping elective surgeries from being scheduled to protect capacity at hospitals and population centers such as Dallas, San Antonio, Houston, and the capital city of Austin. Texas has seen a recent resurgence of COVID-19, documenting more than 11,000 new cases over a 48-hour period. Abbott, in a statement, said the pause is an effort to corral the spread and not go backward. He's urging Texans to wear masks in public and stay home if possible. The pause comes a day after 3 northeastern states listed Texas among states from where visitors would be urged to quarantine for 2 weeks. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
In California, Governor Gavin Newsom declaring a budget emergency that will allow the state to take billions from a reserve account to help with the deficit brought on by the pandemic. Wall Street at the close, financial companies led stocks broadly higher. The Dow gained 299 points, the Nasdaq up 107. America is listening to Fox News.
When you can do what you need to do from wherever you are, why wouldn't you? The Going Online Together partners encourage you to explore all the ways you can safely, securely, and conveniently go digital. Pay bills, check account balances, register for services, and much more. And don't worry, when you practice safe online activity, you can trust that your personal information is secure. Be part of the new norm, make life easier, and join in the movement of going online together.
Hot donuts with Kentucky Fried Chicken. Sweet and savory, it's cooked to order. Get it in a basket or a sandwich. Only at KFC. It's finger-licking good.
That's right. It's here on Guam for a limited time. Get your favorite KFC chicken and donuts in a box meal or shared meal with 10 pieces of dark meat, 3 large sides, and 4 donuts. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Georgia lawmakers working on a bill aimed at controlling how the state handles mail-in balloting.
Georgia's State House of Representatives, which is GOP-controlled, approves a bill that would prevent election officials from proactively sending out mail-in ballot request forms to voters. Should this bill ever become law, it would be in effect for the general election in November. Georgia's Secretary of State had sent out absentee ballot applications to nearly 7 million registered voters in advance of the state's primary earlier this month. Eben Brown, Fox News.
The Government Accountability Office says nearly 1.1 million relief payments in the coronavirus relief program, totaling about $1.4 billion, went to dead people. More steep losses on the job market.
People continue to lose their jobs, and another 1.48 million people were filing for unemployment benefits last week. There have now been 47 million people filing for benefits over 12 weeks, though the number of people continuing to receive benefits is 19.5 million, a sign some people are returning to work. Some companies are hiring after states reopened. Others are still cutting jobs. The gross domestic product for the first 3 months of the year declined 5%. 2%, which was expected. There's a sign some businesses may be seeing improvement. Durable goods orders for expensive manufactured things rose 15.8% in May, a better reading than expected. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
Disney changing its Splash Mountain ride at Disneyland in California and Magic Kingdom in Florida over its ties to the 1946 movie Song of the South, which is considered racist, and recasting it so that it's based on the 2009 film The Princess and the Frog, which has an African-American female lead. The company says the changes have been in the works since last year, but comes as several companies are taking a second look at decades-old brands and packaging. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo, 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his Smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his Smile team.
They make smiles happen.
The Guam Visitors Bureau and Island Beautification Task Force invite you to come out and join the community on Saturday, June 27th, as we work together to beautify our island. Showtime is at 8 a.m. Let's take a moment to show our island pride, to get up and move towards building a better, safer Guam for our friends, families, and visitors. Learn how you can sign up for a beautification site or donate supplies at GuamVisitorsBureau.com and follow social media pages for updates. Special thanks to the stations of Choice Broadcasting.
Half a day, it's 6 minutes after the hour. I'm Montesova Tyron, and here's a look at your local news from the Guam Daily Post. 14 people confirmed by public health with COVID-19 after they tested 309 people in Naganya Heights. Over 500 specimens taken yesterday in Jotnya. One other case was also reportedly confirmed by a private lab, making it 15 confirmed cases yesterday. To date, there have been a total of 245 confirmed cases of COVID-19, 5 deaths. 66 of those cases are active. There is word today that the governor may be reconsidering her decision to lift some restrictions on the island and possibly even delay the opening of the tourism industry. We're told that the governor will extend the health emergency another month. She had earlier announced that the tourism industry would be allowed to reopen on July 1st, and the island possibly placed in pandemic condition of readiness 3. It has not been said if she will reconsider allowing over 1,000 people to engage in an island-wide cleanup tomorrow. That effort being coordinated by the Guam Visitors Bureau, which is anxious to begin welcoming visitors to the island on July 1st, and the lifting of quarantine requirements for passengers arriving from Japan, Korea, and Taiwan. In fact, letters have already been sent from the GBB board inviting visitors from those markets. Again, we're told that the governor may be considering extending the public health emergency another month. Well, in anticipation of what the health officials will call a second wave of the coronavirus, the Guam Memorial Hospital is now looking to expand its capabilities to care for more patients should there be a spike in cases. GMH, going before the legislature in their budget hearing yesterday, says that they want to open a 4th COVID-19 care unit. GMH Administrator Lillian Posada says that the hospital has converted its urgent care unit, its specialty outpatient clinic, and the 4th floor pediatric unit to COVID care units. She says they want to convert the 3rd floor telemetry ward into a COVID care unit, giving another 26 beds to that effort. GMH also has the option to use the skilled nursing unit in Barragata Heights. However, the challenge, they say, is that they don't have enough staff. For example, there are 60 beds at the nursing unit, but only 20 can be staffed. Meanwhile, GMH is also projecting a $137.9 million as its funding requirement for fiscal year 2021. This includes about $105 million from operating revenues. The remainder is a combination of general fund and special fund revenues. The COVID-19 pandemic has led to subsequent shortfalls when compared to last year's monthly revenues. However, GMH Chief Financial Officer Yuka Echanova says that the hospital is still ahead of its year-to-date budget by about $4.8 million. The Joint Region has expanded its public health order restricting active personnel from bars and dine-in restaurants another week. The order extended until July 1st, affecting active duty Navy, Marine Corps, and U.S. Coast Guard service members. Anderson also issued an order last week restricting movement to personnel both permanently and temporarily assigned to Anderson. That order in effect until further notice. An additional $36.4 million in unemployment benefits will be released early next week now that the system was up and running. The Guam Department of Labor has been successful in putting out the first of the batches of payments. Labor Director Dave De La Sola says this second batch covers error-free claims filed through June 4th. More news after this.
Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro in Hagåtña and Tumon are now open for takeout and free delivery services in selected locations. For more information, call 479-2652 or 3 or 969-2652. Open Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. and from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with the true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine at the comforts of your own home. They take your favorite local dishes and serve them with extra flair you will only find at Mezcla, a true taste of Guam.
The Guam Fire Department reported that a 37-year-old woman was pulled from the Hagåtña Marina yesterday in what they classified as a drowning. At 4:15, GFD's Rescue 2 was dispatched to a 911 call of a drowning. The woman was pulled from the water behind the marina boat ramp. The woman was transported to Naval Hospital with CPR en route. And the man charged with killing 37-year-old Joey Zamora at an Agana Heights home is now claiming self-defense. Anthony Gregory Mendiola being held on $50,000 cash bail. His attorney contends that Mendiola is immune from being prosecuted because Zamora was an intruder in his home. Amidst the coronavirus pandemic response, the director of the Guam Department of Public Health has announced that she'll be retiring. Linda DeNorsi is the latest cabinet member to be calling it quits. She confirmed her retirement will take effect next week. Laurent Duenas will be the acting director following DeNorsi's retirement. And the port's been authorized to proceed with settlement agreements involving the remaining former employees who are part of the controversial and 8-year-long Port 7 case. The settlements are also to be submitted to the public auditor. The issue stems from a December 2012 adverse action filed against Bernadette Stern Menot, former port marketing manager. Menot was wrongfully terminated along with 6 others from their positions and recently won their appeals with the Civil Service Commission. Some of the employees have already been reinstated, with this latest settlements are for Menot, Josette Hevelosa, Francis Cepeda, and Vivian Leon. Luis Baza is the Port Deputy General Manager who was authorized to proceed with the agreements, and it'll cost the agency about $1.79 million. And those are your top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Here's Ray with your weather.
You know, after all these years, it's still a divisive issue. There are still people on either side of that saying, great, wonderful, the Port 7, that great injustice against them has finally been corrected. And then you've got other people who spent 2 hours of it yesterday on Tall Tales with Joanne Brown saying, wait, yep, yep, just still angry about it. Is it going to be fodder for more conversation, I suppose? And I'm just glad it's done. It's one of those things that came up and you just looked at it and said, this will never end. But it finally looks like it's come to some kind of a conclusion. Everybody go back to work. 8:12 in the morning. Weather for today into the weekend. We can move into that partly cloudy and isolated showers. There's easterly winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Daytime highs near 90 degrees today. Even warmer because we got heat index of me. It's going to feel like 96 degrees out at the peak today. Partly cloudy and isolated showers tonight through Sunday night. Easterly winds again up to about 15 miles an hour. Lows expected in the upper 80s. I'm sorry, lower 80s, upper 70s, and daytime highs for the next couple of days near 90. I'm going to predict grill marks and awesome sunsets like the kind that we had last night. Do I have a picture of it? I think I do. Wait, hold on one moment. Let me get last night's sunset. This is not a repeat. This is actual last night's sunset. Absolutely gorgeous. Don't know exactly where it was taken, but I'm glad that my friend Giovanni was able to get it. So 6:51 if you want to see if Mother's Nature is going to reproduce that. Hashtag tell the others. 8:13, that's news and weather together right here on The Point.
As we stand up to coronavirus by standing back with social distancing, Bank Pacific reminds you that you can come to the bank without going to the bank. Use many of our other delivery platforms like online banking at bankpacific.com, accessing cash at our ATMs, shopping with our debit cards. For businesses, we have secure cash and check drop windows, and we are employing a new smarter mobile app with remote deposit capture in the next few weeks. We're all in this together, and together we will win. Bank Pacific. Brothers but branches, we place roots. Member FDIC.
Half a day. This is Michelle from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam and on the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Hey, good news. If you bump your head over the weekend or maybe get a massive sunburn or something like that and you figure, hey, this may actually require some kind of medical attention, go to FHP's Health Center. They are going to be open for you. In fact, open longer and later, 8 until 8, Monday through Saturdays. And even on Sunday, they're going to be open 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. So, like I said, something bad happens to you over the weekend. Don't bother with GMH. They're busy doing other things. They're taking care of hundreds and hundreds of COVID-19. Oh, wait. They have 0 COVID-19 patients anywhere in the hospitals here on Guam. Just FYI for anybody out there that might be doing a little bit of twitching this morning. Ray Gibson Show's also being brought to you by the guys over at Mescla Tomorrow Fusion Bistro in Hagutnia. They are open now for dine-in, takeout, and delivery from Monday to Saturday, 11 to 2 and 5 until 9 in the evenings. Call them right now at 479-2652 or 2653 and get your Mescla fix today.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Song. Funky.
He needs to turn on his mic more often.
Oh, dude,
Some of the noise that comes out of that studio is so funny.
Yeah, well, he's a crazy guy in there. It's a real Joe Cruz, Montesilva Tyrant over here. So last night, I'm cruising around downtown Hagutnia area, and once you get past some of the homeless, right? I'm walking from my car over here, and I was walking across the way to get to the what do you call it? The food trucks.
Yeah.
On Thursday night. I don't actually buy anything. But it's like all my friends. It's the new thing. I got a bunch of friends, and it's the new thing. Thursday over at the food truck, you go over. And maybe somebody will go and get some shish kebabs for $2 or something like that. But the rest of it is where it's basically a nighttime picnic with wine and beer.
Yeah,
it just is kind of watching the passing parade. But as I'm making my way over to where this was going on, and you couldn't miss us. You couldn't miss it. Number one, it's a good looking crowd. There was just really just insanely hot crowd. And number two, we have the best playlist going.
Really?
Yeah.
You have your own music.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's somebody there with a little boomy thing, like a not a boom, Bluetoothy thing, and so my friend Ronnie was in charge of the playlist, and from out of the blue, here comes the 14-minute version of Rapper's Delight.
Oh, sweet.
Yes. My God, and it's impossible to go home.
Here it comes.
All right, stop, collaborate, and listen. But here's we got to do something about the homeless. So it never fails. You're walking around downtown again. Somebody's going to come up to you and they're going to do sir, and I'm like, get a job, go find job. You're not working. You're not going to school. You're not in the hospital. So you got to get on an airplane, go back and prepare yourself better to come and live out here. 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number. What's that, Bill? Bill writing to me this morning on the WhatsApp. You don't have to just send me pictures and fun memes and videos on the WhatsApp. You should. Every day you should steal a meme or create something on the internet and then send it to me, 988-5874. But you can also send me your thoughts on things. And one of the stories that Mono was talking about in there, it looks like they're going to be pushing off the official start date for the hospitality industry and the opening of the island till past July 1st. And I'm not even surprised. I'm not even surprised. Just another example of we put up a goalpost here, and everybody says July 1st, yay! Let's start cleaning things up. Let's spruce up. Turn on the air conditioning in hotels. Get everybody. You know, we're going to start getting tourists back on Guam. It'll trickle in. It'll be little by little. And I knew it was going to happen. I may have predicted it. I may have said, oh, yeah, July 1st, whatever. They're going to move it. They're going to move it. Something will happen. Somebody will there'll be another COVID-19 booger somewhere, and everybody is going to freak out. The usual bunch of Twitchers are going to freak out, and apparently they did. You can tell. Yeah, there's got a little tick. Got a little tick. Every time you hear about you look at the list of where people are getting tested and what the numbers look like, and you go, one, oh my God, they got another one. They got another one. This is the second wave. And can you imagine how much twitching was going on when they got to 14? When they got the note last night from Crystal Park, oh my God, there's 14. Second wave is here. Incoming. Put the shutters up. My God, we can't possibly open the airport. Well, one of my sources says it's not that big a deal because the first of the non-maintenance flights that we're doing with the usual bunch, United, etc., Jin Air wasn't going to be coming until the 23rd, so it's not that big of a deal. But I thought it was a big deal that we at least put up a date, and they did, and they sent it out. I was even talking about this the other day. You remember? Sunny Ada said that GVB and the word, they sent the word to the world. They sent the word to everybody. Guam is going to be opening its doors, and a variety of travel websites also included Guam. I read this to you over the last few days. Even included Guam. It said Guam is going to be opening up on July 1st, and maybe the airlines are going to start flying in. So I guess because 14 people got COVID-19 boogers, and very little information about that. We don't know whether it's part of a cluster. Was it just random people that went in for a test? Did they all live in the same house? Did they all live in the same neighborhood? Did they all go to the same church? Because it got me. We don't know that. They don't tell us that. We don't get that information. And as the Post will point out today in their editorial, they're inconsistent in the way they do things. You remember early in the COVID-19 thing, there was a bunch of people that got sick, but they wouldn't tell you where they got sick at. They wouldn't tell you what places they were, what they were associated with, which bingo halls it was, which church it was. That they, because we got to protect the innocent here. But a bunch of airmen got sick. Bam, 30 places. Here we go. Let's paint all of these. You might as well have gone to them and taken their business licenses because now everybody is freaking out. My buddy Bill writing in, he says, listening, these people are freaking. Yesterday afternoon, the Tumon Beach was empty, even Fujita Beach. So it's not only the restaurants. All of a sudden, Tumon is unsafe and people are staying away. Wow. Went to even the Thursday night thing. Even the Thursday night thing, I went by there, and last night is certainly not the same kind of crowd that was there the week before and in previous weeks. Didn't look like it had the same kind of numbers. Virtually every restaurant that I passed by and went into yesterday had plenty of extra room in there, plenty of extra room for people. So you got to be careful with how we put this information out there because there are twitchers that every possible sign that maybe there's something could go wrong with you when you get in there. What's going to happen? So one of the other things that I try to do, it's a contact tracer in my head, is I went through my notes for the last couple of weeks because if we got 14 people, what do they all have in common? Where were they all together in the same places at the same time? And the only thing I can think of that has reopened in the last couple of weeks that has been bringing in some of these big crowds of people standing around each other. Certainly, that we've got the 6-foot distancing that they've been doing at the banks. But is it possible that there's a whole lot of people that maybe are standing a little bit too close to each other in the government of Guam? How many people were at the Department of Revenue and Taxation as they began to open things up? Do you remember?
Yeah.
Do you remember when Rev and Tax first opened up and lines of people in there all day long, starting in the middle of the night? People would be showing up to get in line at 6 o'clock in the morning, so they might have a shot at getting their business with Rev and Tax done by the end of the day. Is it possible that those 14 people, maybe they're not in a cluster, but maybe they all had to renew their driver's license at the same time or do their registration? Maybe it's the clusters of people that were caught over at DPW every day. Because honestly, I can't think of anything else that has changed where you've got massive numbers of people that are congregating. Except for all of these long lines. In addition to that, it was a couple of weeks ago, maybe when we started doing the food handouts. Now, but those people were in cars, right?
Right.
Unless maybe it's possible that somebody that was sick was handing people their food. Maybe he was that person was sick.
Not too far-fetched, because they had one of those grab-and-go.
They closed down the Weddingale one.
Yeah.
They closed down the Weddingale one because there was somebody that tested positive. So I guess my point here is that is it possible that these additional 14 people have gotten sick not because they had gone to a private place, a bar, restaurant, whatever, the gym that just were able to reopen? Is it possible that they picked it up while they were otherwise conducting government business? I don't know. But that's the story as we have it right now. Go ahead and freak out Twitch if you want to.
I'm going to go stock up on my toilet paper now.
We're going to have to start all over again. Start all over again. Like I said, open the doors to the bunker. Close them before anybody else comes in. Otherwise, we're all going to get this. And the extension of the public health emergency. Our emergent conditions here. Looks like that's going to be going for another month as well. And I'm just going to say that was easily one of the more predictable things. Could you not have predicted that there was going to be something like this last few days of did you not get that feeling? Did you not in your spidey sense get that feeling like there was going to be something that was going to happen that was going to screw up your plans? And bang, out of the blue, just like that, another excuse to extend the public health emergency for another 30 days. It's amazing. We are going to go through about half of the year in an emergency. In some kind of emergency. Let me give you just the numbers again. Of all of the cases that we have, 47 are stable. And under hospitalized, like I said, they send out this abstract every day or every couple of days. Number of hospitalizations right now, 0. Again, 0. So I don't know what the big emergency is. You can play around with that if you want to. One of the reasons why I mentioned the thing about the Department of Revenue and Taxation, I'm not trying to give Daphne a hard time. You know I love her. But the thing is there's going to be another one tomorrow. Tomorrow is Saturday. You remember last Saturday?
Yeah.
Gazillions of people, again, Department of Revenue and Taxation.
Another Disney line.
Another Disney line. For all the, I don't know, driver's licenses and things like that. So you need to get a real ID, or you need to get a renewal, or you lost it into COVID-19. I had it, and then COVID came, and now I can't find my my driver's license. You're going to have to go get another one of those. So it will be interesting to see tomorrow what will have changed, how they will process people a little bit better than they were able to do it last week. Supposed to be, what, 7 to 4, something like that are the numbers. But I don't know that they were able to keep things going until past 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You remember, what was the story that the guy called in? He says, over at the Department of Revenue and Taxation, some guy decided, okay, we've got too many people here. They called the police. Right? It was like, might need a little bit of crowd control because somebody needs to get up and say, okay, we can't take any more. After this guy, we're closed. We can't do any more. So they didn't want to say anything until the cops showed up. I wonder what time the cops are going to get called at Rev and Tax tomorrow. I don't know. 8:27 in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK. And then there's this story. And I got this on the blotter. The front page of the Guam Daily News, murder suspect claims self-defense. Ton Mendiola. When I saw that, I was thinking, because we know a Ton Mendiola, right? I know that he works at works over at GMH. I'm like, dude, I didn't know he had a gun. But anyway, so different, not that one, the other one. And this guy, according to the magistrate report, cops got there when the police When asked by the police what happened, the defendant told them that he fought with Joey Zamora, that he had filed a complaint against him, and he was not supposed to be there. The complaint referenced by the defendant was filed by him against the victim for record purposes back in August of last year because the victim was living at the house and the defendant didn't want him there anymore. You want to talk about your tough evictions right there, bro.
Yeah.
Bang, bang, matai how. And it will be interesting to see how this plays out, whether this information came before or after the reading of the Miranda rights. But the defendant says they asked the defendant where Joey Zamora was, and the defendant stated, "He's inside. I shot him."
Spontaneous utterance.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Now, the guy's going to say it was self-defense, and now his lawyer is saying there's nothing that actually links him to the shooting. You know, nobody saw it. You know, so is it? But the guy said, he said. So, like I said, it'll come down, I think, to how the Miranda gets played out on that one. 888-825-888-TALK is the telephone number. On the Facebook Live, who's playing around? Phil from Venue Guam's online. I got Roel Bolan, that's my bro. Odessa Manley Akfadzi Palacios is there. Rochelle Merrill says Bob Klitsky's interview with Joanne Brown was phenomenal. She was inspiring and refreshing. Glad you think so. Wonder if Bob's going to have more guests in the studio sometime soon. Sandra De Leon Guerrero's on, 14 years gone, and nothing makes me want to come home. So sad for our kids. Because that's, I think, in response to somebody who said, Busted, if you want to get your kids an education, you are unfortunately going to have to move off island. Tony, has anybody considered the fact that private schools with distance learning, yet still charging full tuition? There will be a bunch of kids being transferred to public from private because the parents don't want to pay for their kids to stay home and learn. You need to go someplace where there's an actual instructor. My buddy Cazendo says distance learning is tough for younger kids and their parents. Kids need a bit of engagement. However, older kids, 7th grade and up, seem to thrive on that kind of independent learning. I got John Martin in there and Sharon Tobin. Another response, we were talking about between me and Bruce asking the question, can't we just give the kids a COVID-19 test and then let them go to school? Until they start showing symptoms of having something. Sharon, and this is a good point, having the kids come in with a COVID-19 health certificate showing they've been tested is only good for the moment in time. It would change. It could change in 2 days, 2 weeks, or any time after. And then somebody at Adelup will start twitching. Seems a bit ridiculous and falsely reassuring, doesn't it? Tanya's there. Renee Logie is there. Renee and Pat Taitigui is there. And I'm wondering, I might DM Renee and find out what the conventional wisdom is over in the hotels. She works in one of the fancy places down in Tumon, so I'm wondering, to what degree is it going to impact them? What preparations had they made? Were there, in fact, reservations for the hotels starting up in July that are going to have to be canceled now by the hotel as a result of the change in thinking and moving the start date of things past July 1st? Claudio Casaka Ocampo, as a parent, I'm open-minded, and I ain't afraid to let my kids go back to school. I'm not going to let this media, political, Democrat anxiety game come between my kids' optimism about the future, greater good. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, it just sounds like that kind of thinking anymore is renegade because there's so many people that just kind of going along with the flow, and anytime somebody starts freaking out, they likewise twitch in the same frequency. Huh? That's what it looks like. The art director for the program, Michelle Peer, is hanging out with me. I see Nick Perlosky and Boris having conversations. Joey Tovis, Xavier Atdalik Jr., has apparently filed for his seat at the legislature. I think I've got a list of some of those names. We might look at some of those a little bit later on. Tanya Toby saying, happy dirty 30 birthday shout out to our niece, Ina Barcina. Stay blessed and enjoy your special day. Big Barry Meads online, Candy Knudsen Guzman. Even if the homeless community have a shelter, we will still see them panhandling. They consider panhandling as their job. Well, somebody's got to do it. My goodness. Yeah, that's... That is going to happen. I'm waiting for, because Ray Topazna yesterday said, brace yourselves for an announcement from the governor's office sometime soon on the signing of the leases that we're supposed to have for some kind of homeless shelter, hardened homeless shelter somewhere. I'm still trying to figure out what problem is it that we are trying to solve. Is it going to give them just some place to crash at night? Is it going to prevent them from panhandling and walking up and down the streets of Agania and begging money from people? Is that what's going to happen? Is there any hope that we will see an end to that kind of thing? Because it is a growing and disturbing problem, if you ask me. 8:33 in the morning. Mona, what do you say? Got headlines? You ready to go? Ha! What have you been doing? What did you think I was just
No,
gonna
I got something.
talk?
I got something for you.
You sure?
No, I was. In fact, Jay Rojas was just teasing me. He goes, "Fix your face. It looks like you're tuning Ray out."
Going on. What?
All the time, and then he catches me off guard.
Candy says, I played caseworker and was POC for 3 Chamorro homeless men for months trying to get them into Section 8 emergency housing and financial assistance. Once got into the Salvation Army temp shelter for 1 day. He left because of the shelter policies on hygiene, no visitors, lights off at 10 o'clock, and the gates closing at 10 p.m. The other 2 declined shelter for the same reasons. Many, not all, choose free-spirited living on their terms. They want all the amenities but refuse to comply with the very basic policies, re hygiene and facility restrictions. What do you mean? I have to take a bath every day? What's that? What kind of rules are that?
Gross.
What do you mean I can't have visitors? You know, I met this hot homeless chick. And we were thinking about, yeah. So what do you mean I can't have her swing by? What is that?
Netflix and shelter.
What? Anyway, it's 8:34. Now, are you ready now, right? Okay, all right. Just checking. 888-8255 is my phone number. Mana Silva Tyron has been collecting news all morning long from the Guam Daily Post, and we present it to you now on the point.
Well, 14 people were confirmed by public health with COVID-19 after they tested 309 people at Agana Heights. Over 500 specimens were also collected in Jotnya. There was also another case that was confirmed by a private lab, making it a total of 15 that were confirmed yesterday. There was word that the governor may be reconsidering her decision to lift some of the restrictions next week on the island and possibly even delay the opening of the tourism industry another month. We're told that the governor will extend the health emergency a month. She has earlier announced that the tourism industry would be allowed to reopen on July 1st and place the island in pandemic condition of readiness 3 on July 1st. Again, we're being told that she's going to extend that possibly another month. Well, the effort was, GVB was looking forward to that placement of the island back into pandemic condition of readiness 3 and the reopening of the island's tourism. In fact, letters were already sent to the leadership, the travel industry in Japan, Korea, and Taiwan. It has also not been said if the governor will be reconsidering allowing over 1,000 people to engage in an island-wide cleanup scheduled for tomorrow. And an additional $36.4 million in unemployment benefits will be hitting the mailboxes and bank accounts next week. The system is up and running, and the Department of Labor says they've been successfully putting out the first batches of payments. Labor Director Dave Della Sola says that this next batch of unemployment checks will be for those who filed their claim through June 4th. And those are your headlines from the Guam Daily Post. For more on these stories, log on to their website at postguam.com.
Okay, I will. It's 8:36, almost 8:37 in the morning. It's the Ray Gibson Show. And reminder that this time brought to you by the guys over at iConnect. Now, there's an iConnect right across the street, right across the parking lot from around here. If you need to do some home office stuff, but if you just want to do some shopping, get it taken care of over at the mall, you can do that at the iConnect that they've got there. Make a telephone call and set things up. 888-8888.
As we emerge from the effects of the global pandemic, Security Title is rethinking how to best serve our customers. With our houses clean and closets reorganized, here's a reminder to take a look at the title to your house and other real estate. Is your trust in order? Is it time to update your wills? Do you have the best interest rate available on your home? As we get back to work, there's no better time to revisit your most valuable asset, your property. Call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
For you. They're open to satisfy your craving for their delicious burgers, tacos, and ribs, or feed the whole family with a variety of all-in-one platter offerings. Get your Chili's favorites in a way that works for you. Curbside pickup or delivery. Plus, receive a 10% discount on all regular to-go pickup orders. Call 648-7377, WhatsApp 929-7376, or delivery with Good to Go. Visit Chili's Guam on Facebook or Instagram for more info. Chili's, you can still savor the moment at home.
Can't take it anymore. Mana Silva says, I'm out of here and I'm not coming tomorrow. Right on, because tomorrow's Saturday. Tomorrow's Saturday, and there's going to be frivolity and the drinking of Bud Light and Acai Super Dry tonight because we're going to be celebrating in a mature and thoughtful way the 17th birthday of my niece. Happy birthday to Mia Silva. 8:38 in the morning. Is there traffic today? Yes, there is traffic, but it looks like it's just intersection traffic. I'm not seeing anything where it looks like traffic is getting backed up any further than maybe a light or two in some of the usual places. So as I just scan this thing, see where some of the hot spots are going to be, and it doesn't look like I said that there are any. Even down at Big Navy and Sumai, normally this thing is when I zoom in on it, you can see it just a bloody red starting from Polaris Point, making your way on down. It doesn't look like that is going to be the case here today. So it looks like everybody's going to be enjoying the drive. Get out there and have a good time. Don't have any word from the guys over at the police department on drive sober or get pulled over, but that doesn't mean that you should just go out and party and then hit the road, right? So just be careful, designated driver, all that stuff. 20 away from 9. I'll be right back.
Hot donuts with Kentucky Fried Chicken. Sweet and savory, it's cooked to order. Get it in a basket or a sandwich. Only at KFC. It's finger-licking good.
That's right. It's here on Guam for a limited time. Get your favorite KFC chicken and donuts in a box meal or shared meal with 10 pieces of dark meat, 3 large sides, and 4 donuts. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Becoming a homeowner can be a scary process, but it doesn't have to be, especially if you have the right guidance. Break through your fears and go to a real estate professional that will ensure a higher chance of success. That person is Lolita Camet of RE/MAX Diamond Realty. Lolita also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, and military and corporate relocation. Don't be afraid. Call Lolita Camet from RE/MAX Diamond Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
What happens in the WhatsApp group stays in the WhatsApp group. I don't know. You ever get into some of those things? You're looking at your WhatsApp and you're going, how did I get into this and when can I leave? When can I leave? There was on the Republican chat just a very strange announcement from Katie Baltazar, and said by his request, Ken LG has asked to leave the group. And I'm going, this isn't like the airport. You don't have to announce your departure. You can just, it's not like you got to go on a PA. Ken Leunguru is leaving the WhatsApp group now, making his way through the WhatsApp TSA.
Are you admin on that group, Ray?
Am I? No.
No?
I don't think so.
If I was the admin, I would just add him back again.
I might. That's a good idea. That might be fun. I don't know. There's a whole the groups that you get into anymore, and I'm a part of an outfit. Just a bunch of they're wild people. That's all I need to say about it. Just wild renegade Mustangs of people. And then there's a couple of groups that I'm in with these renegades and WhatsApps, and I've noticed that it's getting real preachy these days. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of stuff to preach about. You got the racial tensions in the United States. We've got our own issues that get thrown in every once in a while, and not sure, can I wear that shirt in public? What about that hat that I have? I have a MAGA hat. You know that?
You do.
I have a MAGA hat, a Make America Great Again hat. I've worn it once or twice in the office with the door closed.
Okay. That's why I haven't seen you wear it.
Yeah, because otherwise it's one. And it's not that I am afraid to stand on my rock and say how I feel about certain things. I mean, I got to do that for 4 hours on the radio. And the point is, that's my job. That's my job. So I could see myself wearing my MAGA hat over, at the venue. Because Phil, I think, will let me wear it in public at his place. So I'd wear it. But you know what's going to happen is I would have to get dragged into some kind of a debate and defend my reasons why America is not great and why what's his name, Trump, is the only guy that could make it better. And you know what? I don't want to do crap like that when I'm in my off time. I want to talk about fun stuff. I want to learn new things. I was talking with a buddy of mine just last night. And one of the things that we were talking about, and it's an extension of the COVID-19 conversation, is, dude, what's going to happen with all of those rent-a-cars? Because there's every business, one way or the other, has been affected, impacted by COVID-19. And we got the hospitality industry, and that's in tatters right now. And it, based on the twitching going on at Adeloop, looks like they're going to continue. They're going to extend the pain, the passion of the business community here on Guam. Everything linked to airplanes flying in with people aboard that want to spend money in the hotels, want to spend money in the bars and the restaurants and the beach things and rent beach equipment. And you know what? They're not going to be able to do that if we don't open things up a little bit more, a little bit wider. But no, can't. 14 people. Doom is on us. Doom is on us. I wanted to I was thinking about doing that, just like the theme from the movie with the kid, Damien.
Oh, you mean the Omen?
Yeah, Damien, the Omen thing. Doom is coming, Doom is, it's kind of a minor key thing, and the chorus in the background, Doom is on us, Doom is on us. So you got 14 people, so they're not going to be opening up. But anyway, so I'm talking to my buddy. He's a banker. And we were talking about the rent-a-car business and how that's got to be in tatters as well, and the pain it must be for people in that industry to be looking at their inventory, losing money every single day. Now, the good news is, as it turns out, and it might be this way for all of the banks, is number one, they're not very long loans to begin with. They're like 36-month loans. So what's going to happen is, if it's 6 months, then they'll just extend the loan by 6 months and defer the payments to the back end of the loan. So it's 36 months. All of a sudden, it's going to be a 42-month loan. And I'm going, wow, people still pay off cars in 36 months?
Yeah.
Could you do that? Could you? No. No.
I don't think so.
No. Why do you take such good care of your car? Because it'll take me 6 years to pay this off. You remember when a 4-year loan sounded a long time? Yeah. Then it came out with the 5s and the 6s. For people like me with really bad credit, and they've got to stretch it out all that time. But anyway, so he said that will work. And so for many of these businesses, if you're concerned about them, try not to be too worried, because they're going to get a break on paying back the loan. However, here's the thing: if I'm a rent-a-car guy, if I fly into a town. This is purely hypothetical, because anybody that knows me, and I'm positive this is one of the reasons my first wife left me, is because I don't drive in the States. I know for some of you, I know how it is. You get on the airplane, you get out of LAX, you go right to the rent-a-car place, you get fancy car, nice ride, and then you just start driving everywhere in Southern California, right?
Yeah,
I'm not that guy.
Freeway.
I'm not that guy.
I-5.
If I got to go, say, to Anaheim or something like that for a convention, seminar, whatever, I'll get a bus. I'll get a bus. Or an Uber, or you call
Lyft, or
something like that. Because I panic when I drive in the States. I just don't do it. But if I was continuing to have a hypothetical conversation, if I was one of those guys, my situation would be this: I would want to rent the hottest, newest, sexiest car in the world.
Yeah.
I don't want to rent something that was hot 2 years ago. It's like buying a new car. You want what kind of new car you want to buy? You want to buy a 2020 car, right?
Yes.
No, don't buy a 2020 car, because this year sucks. You will just carry this negative wave of energy with you until the payment book goes thin. So I'd go and buy a 2019, maybe a 2019 car, but nothing really older than that. 2021, when those start coming up, maybe I might buy one of those kinds of cars.
So what would you get? What would you like to drive if it was the latest and the greatest, and you're going to rent a car? Convertible, maybe?
No,
not a convertible.
No, because the hair. Look at the hair. Get that. No. Kind of car do I really like? I haven't really looked at a lot of cars these days. Now, every single car dealer on Guam is listening, going, "You better say mine." Does it start with T for Toyota? Huh? Or T for Triple J? And for Nancy Nissan? Cars Plus, Auto Spot? Am I getting everybody? I got everybody.
Pretty much,
I would go, you know what? I'd Do the research. I'd go and visit all of these different car dealers. But if it was me and if it was available, and this is not a love for any particular brand, but if it was me and if it was available, a 1992 Supra.
Oh,
GT.
nice.
I used to actually own one.
Really?
I used to be that guy.
Didn't they come with a T-top at one time?
A different kind of T-top. Yeah,
Targa piece.
The tops came off on either side, and you had a bar going down the middle.
Yeah.
That was
Nice
fun
ride.
for about 2 minutes. That was fun for about, because it wasn't automatic. You get a little hex key that you had to unscrew things with. But anyway, so you get some. Now that was a great ride though. That was a great ride. The only problem was that at the end of the day it was a turbo. And anybody that's ever driven a car with a turbo knows that's a limited lifespan here. It will eventually go wrong. There are no symptoms other than death. It'll be perfect on one day, and then the next day, forget it. So anyway, so that's my Celica. So that would be the car that I drive. That's still my dream car. They say that they're coming out with a new Supra before too much longer, and there might be one or two that will be sold on Guam. The production is on these things are going to be so unbelievably small. Now, I'd also like to drive a Tesla.
Ah, nice.
Teslas are hot cars. So my buddy Jim Bigley, who used to work at DFS but now works with what's his name, Delgado, he had last time I was in Hong Kong, he had a Tesla. And I'm going, this is a nice ride. Yeah. Normally he sends somebody, when I go to Hong Kong to visit him, he sends somebody to pick me up at the airport, but this time he picked me up in the airport because he wanted to show off his Tesla ride.
You liked it a lot, huh?
Yeah. No gas.
No gas.
But the cool thing is they've got places where you can go to plug in. They've got these little charging stations all over Hong Kong, and it will. They're so sophisticated and so smart. It will tell you, when you're running low, and then identify the nearest charging stations for you, and it will also tell you whether the charging stations are available. Not just that they're there, but there might be 2 or 3 other Tesla cars that are in there. And so we've got the regular charge, and then we've got the hypercharge, and so it will tell you which ones are available. Very, very cool, slick technology. And you go, why don't we have that here? How come we're not going to have that on Guam? I don't understand. There's that story. So don't worry. I know that was a long time talking about the rent-a-car business, but the rent-a-cars are going to be fine, as long as this thing doesn't last too much longer, and the banks are going to have to go back in and go, wow, if we were willing to give you an additional 6 months, but I don't know, if this thing goes forever, and all of the rent-a-car businesses need to start thinking about what they're doing with their inventory. Then I think then we may need to worry about them. I'm trying to figure out what's going to be happening for the rest of the program. Where's the KFC guy?
I don't know yet.
I don't smell KFC in the building yet, so I'm not sure if they're here.
Let me check.
Right, so it's going to be, there's donuts. The other thing was we were hoping to hear from former governor now and the CEO or chief executive over at the Guam Visitors Bureau, former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez, was either going to be in the studio or on the phone, but it looks like things might be a little bit up in the air. One of the deals that we were going to be talking about was the cleanup that is supposed to be taking place tomorrow. Whether or not that was going to still be going on. They had, in the beginning of the week, 700 plus volunteers. I'm told that there are over 1,100 of them now. But with the conversation about if we're going to be pushing off the opening of the island for arrivals from airlines other than United, do they still need to have a cleanup? I mean, it's still clean up, but we're going to clean up now. And then, if it's going to be another month, but without airplanes, then we're going to have to do another cleanup. And will people stand for that? Will you be able to pull in the same kind of crazy numbers that we've got now? And the answer is, I don't know. This just in. Emperor Palpatine has issued an executive order changing the dark side to the not-so-nice side. Right? As the nonsense continues, all politics, all news is local news. But I don't know how we're going to be able to change this and make it a local story. But it is kind of interesting with all of the different movements that we've got. And this is another one of those. Do we need to get into the debate? Do we need to have this conversation? Is it something that if you waited another 2 or 3 weeks, it would just go away? But the Dixie Chicks have changed their name. That might Fox News coming up in 8 minutes. The Dixie Chicks, ladies and gentlemen, have changed their name. They are now just going to be known as the Chicks. Because they're woke. They woke. I'm wondering, has anybody paid any attention? Who complained? Is there a groundswell of people that's complaining, hey, what about those Dixie chicks? Dixie? Huh. That's a remnant of the Confederate South.
Think they're going to change Dixie cups to just cups?
Oh my God, I hadn't even thought about that. But you're absolutely right. Yeah. They're gonna change their name as well. Is it just a fun word to say, or does it have racist connotations? Because everything seems to have racist connotations. I'm scared to talk about it because people are gonna say, "Oh, racist! You said the racist word. You're a racist." So, really, the Dixie Chicks, and then you've got the blowback from Aunt Jemima. Because that company all of a sudden got woke and said, no, we got to change that. Slavery and symbols. And you've got the family of Aunt Jemima is pushing back, saying, no. This is a great example. There's a woman that was born in slavery and was able to turn her life around, was given opportunities, and took advantage of those opportunities, made a name for herself, made a name for a product that theretofore was not easy to make. It wasn't impossible, but it wasn't as easy to make until they came out with that formulation and became a millionaire, among the first black millionaires in the country. And all of a sudden, they want to erase that history. And it just makes you kind of scratch your head and go, I wonder what it is. I hope I never get woke, because then I think I'll turn into stupid like some of these guys. What's up with that? So you got to wonder if what's the local version of that? And that was another thing. Sometimes, when I'm trying to take a nap in the afternoon, 58 years old, I think I've earned my way into daily naps, even though I've been taking them since I was about 30. But I was pondering something yesterday as I was trying to make sleep come to me, and you know how they have Karens in the States? They got these Karens. Plenty Karens, and they'll swarm. You can have swarms of Karens. But what's the Chamorro for Karen?
Wow, that's tough. I don't want to say a name and then walk out there in the public and
she's going to be out there, right?
It's going to be my auntie or something.
You're like, Lola? But Auntie Lola was not a Karen. That was just a tough woman. But so what is there Chamorro for Karen is the thing that I was trying to ponder, and I was looking for a name, but that whole kind of holier than thou. What's the Chamorro holier than thou for women? Does it exist? Do women do Chamorro women or Guamanian, if you want to use that? Oh, wait a second. I better be careful.
Oh,
did I say Chamorro with the capital CH? Did I overstress the O? Should that have been a U? I don't know. But is there a Chamorro? Karen, and do we have that kind of gene here? The holier than thou, superior. You're pondering that too now, aren't you? You're going, wait just a minute. Could it be? Because we all know somebody that's like that. You know where you will see maybe sometimes things like that is around here, and then you go, but don't you have a cousin in Saipan? Sometimes they get that. You ever talk to somebody, they'll talk to you just like this, and then they get on their phone with somebody in Saipan, and then they instinctively talk slower. Like, hey, you know what? They're just smart up there. In fact, they're smarter up there than we are. They got their hand around this COVID-19 thing a lot earlier than we did, and they've even got the smarts up there to say, you know what? Maybe we need to start laying people off and furloughing people in the government because we've got no money coming in. Around here, we don't have any money coming in either, and they think the ride's just going to go forever and ever and ever. Amen. 8:56, 8:57. There was. See, now I'm going to forget to talk about this in the next hour. I'm going to get a couple of things coming up. But have you seen the latest audit from BJ Cruz and the guys over at the Office of Public Accountability? Have you? I need to riff on that. I need to spend a little bit of time talking about that in the next hour of the program because they do highlight how much money has come in. And there have been revenue increases in the Guam Highway Fund. But it's amazing where, besides the highways, those dollars are going. 888-255-888-TALK. Josh Taitenko on the line from the Guam Visitors Bureau. Good morning, Josh. How you doing?
Hafaday, good morning, Ray.
Hey, buddy.
How are you?
I'm all right. Just a couple of minutes away from the top of the hour. We're getting word here that they are probably most definitely going to be moving the, quote, opening of the island past the July 1st date. And people are asking me questions. Does that mean that we are going to be changing the cleanup over the weekend? What have you heard?
The cleanup is still on.
Still on.
It's still on. In fact, we had the Guam National Guard this morning clean up Two Lovers Point along with Cost You Less. So there are pockets of part of the cleanup. We have, yesterday we had 800 to 900 volunteers that had already signed up, but it's looking more like over 1,000 so far.
Yeah, that's what I'd heard. About 1,100 people are signed up for that. So was it now? Which parts of Two Lovers Point did they clean up? Because I've been up to Two Lovers Point. It looks pretty good over there. They got trash cans, but generally the corridors, the roadway that takes you up there, are consistently trashed by a bunch of thugs and idiots. Is that what got cleaned up?
We know that the route, I think it was along the roadside. And, I'm not sure how deep they went into Two Lovers Point, but I know that they cleaned the Two Lovers Point area for sure, and they were out there since 5:45 this morning.
All right. So bottom line, the cleanup for the weekend is still on. Over 1,000 people are going to be deployed to get things cleaned up, and hopefully it doesn't get trashed up again when they decide that there is a new opening date. So all of that is going to be happening. I think I'm going to be spending a little bit of time with former Governor Gutierrez in just a little bit. So I'll save the rest of the questions for him. All right.
Oh, well, actually, he had to jump into emergency meeting, so he asked me
this is the call then. This is the call for it. Well, other than that, though, since it looks like things are going to be tenuous on the reopening and things like that, maybe we'll save that for a little bit later on. The important thing is if you had already made plans to be a part of the big cleanup tomorrow, then it is still going to be taking place. Go to gvb.org in the World Wide Web, and you might be able to sign up for some more of that today.
Right.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah,
Joshy.
GuamVisitBureau.com. But really, you can just show up to any of the sites. Just make sure to practice social distancing and, bring your masks, trash bags, and gloves will be provided from the site managers. There are over 12 sites around the island. So, just make sure that you practice social distancing and let's have a good time in cleaning up our island.
Good plan.
And then also, if not, if you're not available this weekend, we have another cleanup that's going to be in Tumon Bay dealing with the algae. The invasive species of algae, Chetomorpha, is back. And so we're working with Department of Agriculture to kind of clean that up again. So that's going to be on July 4th. Oh, that's neat. Okay. All right. Well, no fireworks, but we'll pull algae out of the water at EPAL. Good plan. All right, Joshy, I'll talk to you pretty soon. And next time that you're hanging out over at Venue, beat me, all right? All right. Thank you, buddy. I'll see you later. At 9 o'clock in the morning, we're a little bit late for the Fox News Live. We'll join it in progress.
To stop legal action to end it.
Mr. President, drop the lawsuit. Stop trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act.
Biden pointed to the president's recent rally in Oklahoma and a comment about slowing down testing. Biden said the president complained that more cases made him look bad.
His job isn't to whine about it. His job is to do something about it, to lead.
Biden continues his campaign push against the president, outdoing the incumbent in recent fundraising. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
A vote in the House expected this evening on a sweeping police reform measure that would limit qualified immunity for police officers, making it easier to sue them in civil court. It also bans chokeholds. Colorado's governor has appointed a special prosecutor to investigate the death of Elijah McClain, a 23-year-old black man who was put in a neck hold by police in suburban Denver last year. 6 unions representing aviation workers have sent a letter to Congress asking it to extend payroll aid through March of next year, adding hundreds of thousands of workers will lose their jobs and health insurance without it. America's listening to Fox News.
Let Chili's do the cooking for you. They're open to satisfy your craving for their delicious burgers, tacos, and ribs. Or feed the whole family with a variety of all-in-one platter offerings. Get your Chili's favorites in a way that works for you. Curbside pickup or delivery. Plus, receive a 10% discount on all regular to-go pickup orders. Call 648-7377, WhatsApp 929-7376, or delivery with Good to Go. Visit Chili's Guam on Facebook or Instagram for more info. Chili's, you can still savor the moment at home.
The Guam Visitors Bureau and Island Beautification Task Force invite you to come out and join the community on Saturday, June 27th, as we work together to beautify our island. Showtime is at 8 a.m. Let's take a moment to show our island pride, to get up and move towards building a better, safer Guam for our friends, families, and visitors. Learn how you can sign up for a beautification site or donate supplies at GuamVisitorsBureau.com and follow social media pages for updates. Special thanks to the stations of Choice Broadcasting.
An annual defense bill clears its first legislative step and is expected to spark debate over naming several U.S. military bases.
The Senate overwhelmingly approved opening debate on the National Defense Authorization Act, an annual military policy bill. But debate over the bill is expected to include whether or not to rename military bases honoring Confederate leaders. An amendment in the Senate Armed Services Committee was attached to the legislation requiring the Pentagon to change the names of several bases within 3 years. Missouri Republican Josh Hawley plans to offer an amendment to strip that provision. Other lawmakers have signaled they have alternatives. President Trump has indicated he does not support renaming facilities such as Fort Bragg and Fort Hood on Capitol Hill. Jared Halpern, Fox News.
The Supreme Court ruling the Trump administration can deport some people seeking asylum without allowing them to make their case to a federal judge.
The Supreme Court, in a 7-2 vote, ruling that the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has the authority to quickly deport migrants who don't express fear of returning to their home countries. A majority ruling that immigrants do not have the right to challenge their expedited removal in federal court. President Trump has sought to vastly expand ICE's power to use expedited removal as a means of deporting any immigrant who has lived in the U.S. for up to 2 years, potentially affecting thousands. In Washington, John Decker, Fox News.
Grammy-winning country group, the Dixie Chicks, dropping Dixie from their name, now going by the Chicks, while also acknowledging a group in New Zealand that goes by the same name. The move comes about a week after the group Lady Antebellum dropped Antebellum from its name after acknowledging that word's association with slavery. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
As we stand up to coronavirus by standing back with social distancing, Bank Pacific reminds you that you can come to the bank without going to the bank. Use many of our other delivery platforms like online banking at bankpacific.com, accessing cash at our ATMs, shopping with our debit cards. For businesses, we have secure cash and check drop windows, and we are employing a new smarter mobile app with remote deposit capture in the next few weeks. We're all in this together, and together we will win. Bank Pacific. Brothers but branches, we place roots. Member FDIC.
Portions of the program being brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the team over at Wendy's, home of the Frosty Chino. Have you tried that?
Rediscover talk radio here. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Real Joseph Spaz. You heard the pause, and he must be done.
I was like, that's it. It is the home of the Frosty Chino.
It's the Frosty Chino. It's iced coffee, vanilla flavors, caramel flavor, and mocha flavored. So it's basically, what is it? So we can say it's like a vanilla, caramel, or mocha shake, but it has coffee in it, and it's cold. That's how they're going to bring me to the iced coffee fold. I'm not an iced coffee guy.
Yeah, you
told you this before.
You're a hot coffee guy.
I am a hot coffee and a hot black coffee guy. Right? That's the way I make it. And people ask, why don't you dress up your coffee? And the overall answer is, when I first got into radio, this was the days before computers were everywhere. So and the break room was over there on that side of the building, at the old KUAM in Ordot.
Had the old school percolator in there.
And yep, your big 75 cup machine. You just filled you just basically you poured the all of the Folgers into it. Yeah. But so the coffee machine was way over there. The studio was over here. And in those days, generally the songs were about 3 minutes and 25 seconds apiece. So you could there was not all that much time to be able to dress up a cup of coffee. So I learned to drink it hot. And then I learned from Greg Perez how to drink coffee black all the time. And he always had a cup of coffee on him. A guy looked like a chief in the Navy. He always had a cup of coffee in it, and he was always recharging and making sure that it was always hot. And so I kind of got used to doing it that way. So, anybody that does like foo-foo drinks, which is what we've got a machine. We've got a nice Keurig machine here at the radio station, and the rule is if you want foo-foo drink, you bring in your own K-cup. Otherwise, I'm getting the $11 whenever they have it, right? When it goes on sale over at Kmart or Payless. What's that? Keurig, you get 25 Keurigs for like $3? Okay, it's stale ale, but I'm still going to drink it. So, what was I going to talk about? Frosty Chinos over at Wendy's. There it is. So we got 3 different flavors that you can get your hands on. We got the vanilla, caramel, and mocha flavors. Buy one small size, get another for just $1. Real deal from Wendy's. Now that's better. All right. Now on the list of topics is Nate Horn's already asking. He's going, Uncle Robert, need to talk to Uncle Robert. Fine. I have not yet lined up a number of issues to talk to Uncle Robert about. The general idea behind reaching out to Uncle Robert on a weekly basis is for him to guide me, because I can oftentimes lose my way in the world. I can oftentimes wrap myself around too tightly around a conservative viewpoint on certain issues. And from time to time, I need guidance. I need to be able to think in the opposite direction. I need to be able to fold my head over in that direction and find the middle. A lot of people seem to appreciate my version of talk radio because while I might not always agree with somebody, I will always reach out just to get a balanced conversation on the radio. Always do my best to get that. And the only people that don't help are the ones that don't accept the phone call, right? Or won't call in when they know they should. But I'm not going to get lectury about that. Nope. But if we're lucky, we'll get a chance to hear from Uncle Robert. And I might be able to find a couple of things, based on the table of contents over the last few days on what's to talk about. The word "run" pops into my mouth because here's the deal. As far as I'm concerned, he's running for Congress. He's identified an opportunity to get back into service on behalf of the people of Guam and Washington, D.C. Did it for a while, and he's got a great track record of accomplishments in Washington, D.C. You just don't remember because he was the guy over at the University of Guam for 10 years. You'd start telling people, oh, he was a congressman. I didn't know that because they're young and dumb. But old school people that have been following him around, was always easy to get a handle on, easy to talk to about stuff. So that might be a part of the conversation. I believe that Auntie Narissa is back, and I believe that she has probably already blessed the idea because we've already got a logo. I think there's even a video. I think he's already got a video out. So we'll see what plays. 888-8255-888-TALK. Is the phone number. A couple of things I want you to be prepared for. Those of you that aren't going to be cleaning things up over the weekend will probably be over at the Department of Revenue and Taxation. If you've already made an appointment to get something taken care of for your driver's license, keep the appointment, but there's a possibility you might be able to get in early with a trip over to the Department of Revenue and Taxation. They will open tomorrow at 7 a.m. until 4 p.m., and they'll do this every Saturday until the middle of August. So you can, if you want to, maybe head them off at the pass, if you will. But a warning, last week, very crowded over at the Department of Revenue and Taxation, and they were unable to take everybody, had to send people away. And when they sent people away, they were so freaked out about that, they waited until the police showed up in order to move them along, to shuffle those guys along. So that's what we got. I will keep that and remind you about it next week. Trying to think, what was it? I have multiple pieces of paper, and sometimes I'll go, that's an interesting story, and print it out. And then while I'm in the course of the show, I look at the paper going, Wait, what was so interesting about that again? Because, when you're here at 5 o'clock in the morning and you're putting the show together, you go, wow, that's a fascinating piece of information. I'm going to be the first guy on Guam to talk about this and share it with the listeners. And then, like I said, it gets to be, 9:30 in the morning. We hit the small talk pocket of the program, and you're going, yeah, not as interesting as I thought it was going to be. Shopping apps boost engagement during the pandemic. Are you shopping more online?
No.
Yeah, outside of the metal detector, I don't think I've bought anything online. No, the metal detector and the reading glasses. I was asked about the reading glasses last night by somebody who says, it's crazy because you're not that smart, but when you put the reading glasses on, those just night and day. Night and day.
Smart,
you look like somebody I'd take advice from now because you've got these clear reading glasses on. Readers.com on the World Wide Web, for those of you that need reading glasses, that's where I go. They're very inexpensive. They're pricey as reading glasses go, but they're fairly inexpensive, so I buy them in batches. So like all reading glasses people do. You don't know this.
I tried to do some shopping last night. I took my baby to the mall.
Oh.
Yeah, to buy him a pair of shoes, and there was barely anyone there, and my baby kept taking off his mask, and he kept saying, no, I don't want to wear the mask.
Right.
No.
Good. Good.
So I let him not wear it.
How old is he?
1 year and 8 months.
Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it.
To Ray Gibson.
Yeah, the kid's going, Dad, I don't need this. The guy on the radio says the kids don't get sick. It's true. It's true, since they've been keeping track of this. That's why I keep going. We are going to rebuild from scratch unnecessarily a brand new way of educating children. It'll feature online. It'll feature in-classroom learning. It'll be a hybrid of online and in-classroom. So those of you that can't get online, you come by and get papers. We'll print this stuff out for you. Do the assignment, bring it back in the next couple of days. And that we are breathing new. And at the end of all of this, there have only been 18 kids that have gotten sick. 18 kids between birth and 19 years of age that have gotten sick since we've been testing for coronavirus. Right?
Yeah.
Why are we going through all of this? Now we're going to have to make plans for the older of the teachers. And as usual, what happens at the beginning of the school year is we can't find enough new young teachers, so we got to go and find all the retirees and convince them that they've got to come back and start teaching kids again. And they will. But how many of those are we going to be able to bring back in this COVID-19 time where I will admit that people of a certain age and above, and perhaps with comorbidities, are likely targets for COVID-19. So those are the ones we'd have to keep away from the kids. But as far as I'm concerned, the kids are going to eat dirt anyway.
Yeah.
They passed the pink eye and hoof and mouth disease. All of that stuff to each other all the time. That's what happens with little kids. But we have no cases that I'm aware of, no current cases of with COVID-19 for kids. Number one, and number two, certainly no fatalities with children. So I'm of the opinion before we go through this, and it will be Rube Goldberg is the guy. You familiar with Rube Goldberg?
Sounds familiar.
Rube Goldberg is, you've seen it in cartoons where they need to turn on a light switch over there.
Yeah.
So they got a bowling ball over there that goes down over here, and then it knocks over a deck of cards, and the deck of cards will start, the dominoes.
And then a mouse will do a little, little maze. And
yes. That guy's name was Rube Goldberg. And that's what we're fashioning with the Department of Education. And I'm not going to say, guys, you should not be doing that. I get it. There's legitimate twitching that is going on in some cases, and I will understand the hoops that you are being asked to go through. But, in another 2 years, we're going to look back on this and say, oh, my God, we were stupid. What were we thinking? And the answer is no. Ha! This has gotten some traction online. I've asked, because I think it's an important question culturally. I'm sorry, I need to put a little bit more tomorrow emphasis on that. Culturally, I think we have to be able to determine, is there Karen in Chamorro? And I got a note here from somebody who says, no, don't say Lola. Don't you say Lola.
Lola's all over Guam.
I got his wife's name is Lola.
Uh-oh.
And no doubt I'll pick up a newspaper or a script from someplace and hear something that sounds Karen-like. from among these people. Did you hear Joanne Brown on the program yesterday with Tall Tales? At any time when you heard that, did you go, "Ay, Lola"? No, see, you didn't say Lola when you said that. But there is the Chamorro nickname, which is one of the, as far as I'm concerned, one of the more fascinating things about our culture is the nicknames that we have. Elizabeth, what's the nickname for Elizabeth? Bit.
Really?
And my friend Therese, who I call Chech. And I'm one of a handful of people that she allows to do that. I don't know. I'm Ray, and the shorthand for Ray is Bo.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's why. That's how I was having such a great time in the '90s. Because they had those Bo Knows. Bo Knows. They had that T-shirt. And I'm like, dude, that's me. Bo Knows your chick. So, wait. Do we have what's people asking? Tanya Toby, where's that list of places the 14 or 15 visited? I'll read you some of the names, but like I said, I always feel like I'm going to need to defend these places. If you're against Ray, you are a racist. Where's that? And then we were talking about Chamorro Karen is Kikat. Mbiriquera. Oh, I like that word. That's right. Mbiriquera. There's another one that is not used all that often. I see that. All right. Thanks, Neats. I appreciate that. Ramona Nakamura is online. What's that? Bill Cruz saying, yep, Kika is it. Pam Duvall says, kulasa is the word for a Karen type. Not necessarily Karen and Chamorro, but a Karen type is what they would use. And that might be the distinction up in Jigo. Maybe in Jigo it's Kulasa. Maybe in other parts of Guam it's Mbiriquera. John Ray Taitano, what's he talking about? Lutdis in a Chamorro accent. You have to say it that way. Gus Castro says they should consider Mrs. Butterworth, but I think that's on a different topic line. I'm not sure. John Ray again. Lutdis. Rose Emmeline Atalik Terlai is online. I see Joe Guam. Janae Uggan is there. Don Ekalani says, Ray, doesn't it seem that seemingly harmless Chamorro activists usually occur with a majority Democrat leadership in the legislature? I don't know. The presumption, Don, is that I pay attention to that. And to be honest, I have not been captivated by them and as they have done since they had guys like Angel Santos in there. So I don't know. Debbie Kanata, when she was wearing stripes as the Maga Haga, also made things interesting. In the activist hood that we've got here on Guam. But I've never really made the tie between the activists and a Democratic majority over at the legislature. What's that? Romeo Carlos says Nancy Green, a.k.a. Aunt Jemima, was not a millionaire. What? Green did not die a millionaire. In fact, she could not live off the earnings she made from a portrayal of Aunt Jemima and continued to work as a housekeeper until a few years before her death in 1923s. And Karens are not holier than thous. They're I want to see the manager types. Okay. Well, I don't know about that. The thing with I've seen 2 or 3 different. I've not seen your version of the Aunt Jemima story as you portray it. I've seen others that have her more of a gazillionaire and an absolute hero. 21 after 9 o'clock in the morning. 888-825-5888-TA. Okay. There he is, my Uncle Robert on the line. Yay! Uncle Robert is there. How you doing there?
I'm doing great.
Are you wearing a mask?
I am wearing a mask.
Why?
But not right this moment because I'm in the car.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, see, no, you got the memo. If you're in the car by yourself, you don't have to wear a mask.
Well, I'm in the car by myself, and I'm parked, and I don't have a mask.
All right, very, very good. Now, the second question I'm going to ask you, has my Auntie Narissa arrived from her endless trip in the mainland, and what did she bring me?
She arrives tonight.
Ah.
So I'll ask her what she brought you.
When she arrives tonight, will she be placed in the mandatory quarantine, or does being Robert Underwood's wife get you a little bit of latitude?
I doubt that she'll get much latitude. I think she'll be in the mandatory.
She'll be in the mandatory quarantine.
And even if she got the latitude, she's the kind of person that'll say, no, I don't want that.
What, is it another 14 days vacation from you?
Yeah, well, we'll be in the same household.
I guess.
She can be in the same household.
Oh, so she doesn't have to stay in the hotel, so she'd have to quarantine at home.
No. She can come home. That's the
That's
you're a Guam resident. No,
that's the distinction.
there's
Okay.
no.
All right, that's good news. Now, full disclosure: Robert Underwood is literally my uncle. His grandfather is my great grandfather, and so there is relation. And as relation, before Uncle Robert endeavors on a campaign that could put him back in Washington, D.C., he calls his nephew, his favorite nephew, mind you, to the house to talk about a little bit of politics. And I want to say thanks very much for the invitation, and I appreciated the usual Underwood hospitality.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for the conversation, because I want people to know that it wasn't a one-way conversation. You know, you're a force in yourself, and that was just amazing for me, because obviously, even though we share a bloodline, and your mother was my first cousin, and I go back a long ways with the older relatives. We don't always take the same path, but certainly not the same path in politics. But there's something fundamental about relationships, especially here in Guam.
Absolutely. I've always been proud of you and your accomplishments, notwithstanding the fact that you guys are on your side of the family are the crazy liberal lefties, and Shelley and I think, are the last of the right-wing Underwoods. Between Shelley and Mana and David, I think we're the last of the right-wing Underwood crazy heads.
Well, but we still know that we're related.
Oh, absolutely.
See, that's the fundamental part of it, because I have relatives on my mother's side who have gone in other directions as well.
but I'm the one that I'm the relative that you disagree with, that you talk to. You actually have conversations. Anyway,
that's a good way of putting it.
So 9:24 in the morning. The question that everybody wants to know is: have you decided? Yesterday, Will Castro signed off on the paperwork over at the Guam Election Commission, and then who's the other guys? Mike St. Nicholas had Jennifer and her family come by for the signing in ceremony over at the Guam Election Commission. So it's definitely going to be Mike and Will in there, with just a few days to go, because it's already 26. You've got until the 30th to get in front of Maria Pangilinan and sign off on your paperwork. Are you still waiting for Auntie Narissa to get off the airplane before you tell her you're running, or you ask her if you can run?
Yeah, that's part of the equation. But we're just still receiving a lot of petitions, and so we're still calculating it, and obviously it all looks very positive at this moment.
All looks very positive at this moment. Now I don't know if I've asked you this question in real life or on the radio, but let's say that Auntie Narissa says, without rolling her eyes, yes, you can run for Congress again. And so you're going to have to put together some kind of platform. And used to be, once upon a time, you go, well, I'm going to go to Washington, D.C., and I'm going to get you your war reparations. And this is already done. It's finished now. I think we're down to the last rows on payments for war reparations. Is there an extension of that? Are we going to start talking about the descendants of World War II victims that could get some kind of compensation? What's your plan on that?
Well, I think that on that issue, certainly legislation which will open it up again for those who are still eligible, even under the, because a lot of people did not get the opportunity to file claims.
Okay.
Or they missed it. So there's that. The idea of descendants is a little bit further reach, but, the environment of dealing with justice issues in Washington, D.C. may open up a lot of different things for issues of that nature. So we're not sure, but of course, what you want in Washington, D.C. is someone who's advocating and fighting for you and working on your behalf and understands how that process can really work for you. And at the same time, working with people back home. You can't you can't make a distinction between I'm going to fight for you in Washington D.C. and at the same time I'm going to fight people in Guam. You know, you're the delegate. You've been delegated to go out and fight for us, not sort of, you know, squabble with us all the time while you're fighting for us.
Okay, so you will sign the unity pledge.
Well, if there is a unity pledge, of course. Every time I've run, I've signed the unity pledge.
You know, I think that's vital. I think among the things that the current incumbent may have done, the misstep was, although I laughed about it I may still laugh about it today, is signing off on the unity, or not signing the unity pledge, and then all of the usual Democrat suspects kind of lost their minds about that. But it's certainly going to be an interesting couple of days as the news starts going out a little bit wider. Doesn't look like we're going to be opening up the island for tourism on July 1st. What do you think of that?
Well, I think, you know, we have to respond to our health situation, the actual health situation. You know, I have to say that former Governor Carl Gutierrez has really animated GBB between him and Sonny Ada.
Yep.
And if you know the story between those two, it hasn't always been, you know, a positive relationship. But they're working together on our behalf, and that's comforting to me.
Well, think about some of the other names that are there. So you got Uncle Carl, you got Jerry Perez. And you've got Sonny Ada down there. I mean, they're all of them very lucid thinkers, and I think, you know, good idea guys and good get it done guys.
Yeah, and you know, so that's that part is comforting. But of course, the health concerns have to come first, and I think we'll have to kind of wait for that appropriate moment. And of course, we don't know what's going on in the countries where they're coming from. So the idea of testing them or requiring testing or testing them upon arrival all has to be explored.
Yeah, one of these days. I think there's still a lot of questions about that, but I think we need to continue to move in that direction. I don't think, and I think I've got Macris on the other line, right? I might have George on line too, and George will say the same thing as he always says. Look, we're going to have to deal with this. It's out in the open, and it is something that we're going to have to make adjustments for and make accommodations for. We cannot stay inside. We cannot continue to batten down the hatches here. Until you know, we come up with some kind of vaccine or a foolproof way to protect everybody. The social distancing, wear your mask if you feel comfortable doing that. But otherwise, we're going to have to get used to living with corona the same way that we got used to living with AIDS, the same way that we get used to living with a regular cold or flu.
Yeah, but of course, until we get that vaccine, I mean, there must be ways of dealing with this, and masks are part of it, and you know, the testing is part of it. But we can't allow the wearing of masks and the testing to become a political football. That's the part that's aggravating.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's the part that's really aggravating. You know, if you wear them. And if you're wearing a mask, you're here. If you're not wearing a mask, I think you should wear a mask because, you know, people who know something about it give you that advice. You do. It's like, you know, if your tires are bald, you go buy new ones.
Right. But it is my choice. Or, you know, I think maybe there's no legal requirement for me to replace my bald tires. But I don't know. You're a Democrat. You might find a way to put that in statute somehow. You know, people shouldn't drive with bald tires. They're a public nuisance.
Know, I got a ticket for having bald tires many years ago.
Who knew? 9:30 in the morning. And so about I don't know what are the numbers on the airmen now? Where are they going? The airmen that have been out gallivanting instead of going to work and then staying in their hotel rooms over at the Reef. What do you think of that story? What's the appropriate way to look at that? Because I'm hearing a couple of things. You know, my position is wait a second. We got young men and women involved in the defense of our island and our country. Are they okay? First question is, are you all right? Have you eaten? Are they taking care of you? And then, now, where did you go? What did you do? But I'm hearing a lot more shrill voices surrounding this, and even tough talk from Levin Camacho. He's come out from under the woodwork now. Levin Camacho is even pounding the fist, saying this is unacceptable. What's your position on that? What's your take?
Well, what clearly is bothersome is what is the response of the command authorities. So they're the ones that are responsible for these airmen.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the airmen, these airmen behave badly and they should be admonished in some way. I'm not sure of what. I don't know what the conditions are. But what is the response of the command? What are they envisioning doing about it? And they better be a little bit transparent about it. One of the ironies, of course, is that getting on, everybody by reputation knows that getting on to Anderson is very difficult. And then now, but they're kind of turned loose on the community. Not all airmen are as irresponsible as these ones, but clearly they were very irresponsible, and not exactly the kind of people who obey orders which we normally expect.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, I can see myself in some of these airmen, and you're right. I think there should have been a clear response. On Monday, General Gentry Boswell, 36th Wing Commander, said preliminary evidence in the public health investigation revealed the possibility that some of these members may not have adhered to Anderson and local public health directives. Really, General?
Really?
Did you go to general school to learn that?
Yeah, so, that is part of general school.
How
to downplay an issue with the public. But the issue there is the response of local officials. Also the response of the delegate, because this is a federal issue. So what is the delegate saying about this? So that, because Delegate St. Nicholas, is in Washington, D.C., he's supposed to be relating to the Pentagon.
Mm-hmm.
What is he saying about it? It's the same as the issue with Teddy Roosevelt. We didn't hear much about it. We heard a lot from officials here on island, but we didn't hear from the delegate's office.
Yeah, interesting.
And the delegate's office will make the biggest difference, I believe.
Interesting. All right. Well, listen, Uncle Robert, it's always a pleasure talking with you. I'm so glad that Auntie Narissa is going to be coming back because the house was a mess.
Me too.
Except for the one. So now we got this, as I said, typical Underwood hospitality. So I go and I sit down. It's 11 o'clock in the morning. I'm at Uncle Robert's house, and at some point there's a pause in the conversation, and directly in front of me are 3 little bottles of Johnny Walker. and he says, Ray, you can have those if you want. I said, I love you, Uncle Robert. But I'm not a Scotch guy. That's the thing. I've never, unlike other of our relatives, never got the hang of Scotch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if that were your grandfather and that were my father, it would have been gone.
Yeah, we wouldn't be having this conversation. All right. Well,
right.
Good luck to you over the weekend. I'll talk to you pretty soon, and we'll be looking for you and Auntie Narissa to be putting the filing paperwork together once you've got all the petitions done.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thanks.
Hug and a kiss and love to Auntie Narissa. There's my Uncle Robert, and that's all the time that we've got for Uncle Robert's neighborhood today. It's, like I said, always kind of a delight and always interesting to get his take on certain of the issues that we've got floating around in this town. 888-825-5880-TALK is the telephone number. A bunch of other stuff Oh, okay. A bunch of other stuff that is still on the table. I haven't gotten around to getting you the read on the highway fund. On the Territorial Highway Fund. And it might be one of a handful of funds that are actually plus these days. There were increases in revenues. You know why? Because they increased the liquid fuels tax. Taking more money out of my pocket. But it's okay because they're using it, Ray, to fix the roads. Oh, really? When's the last time you saw somebody fixing a road? And you're going to say, but Route 8, it's looking good. Route 10, they got some spots. They filled in some of the zaff there. Did the same thing on Marine Corps Drive up in Jigo. Come on, Ray, give them a break, would you? Stop complaining. Get over yourself. I'm talking about in the village, babe. I'm talking about in the village. I got getting to my house is one of these situations where you kind of have to dodge this lump of concrete that fell down there once upon a time, never got cleaned up. There's another one that looks like the GWA at one time went in there and dug something out, and it looked like they could be back any day to fill that in. It's been like that for years. People slow down in front of my house. You know why? It's like the thing in Hollywood. That's the house of Ray Gibson. But no, the
Maps
reason why
to
they
the stars.
No,
maps
you know
to
why they
the
slow down is because
stars.
there's a big there's a hole. There's there was same thing. Somebody dug something out, and when they went in, they just kind of they whispered the word asphalt on it. So everybody got to slow down when they come by the house. Otherwise, they're going to ka-chunk and they're going to lose their press-on wheel covers. So I'm just going, with the additional millions that they've got, how come that's not hitting the road in the villages? Never mind the big fancy roads. I'm talking about just the streets where people drive on to get to their house after they've left the main routed highways. Huh? How good are those looking right now? You talk to any village mayor on Guam, and they'll tell you. They know exactly where those trouble spots are. And I'm sure that they have these conversations with the well-intentioned people over at DPW that more than happy to say, no, we know about that problem. We're going to get right to it as soon as we get some extra money around here. There's never enough extra money to go out there and take care of some of these village issues. Now, they did try a couple of years ago. I do remember this. They did try this out in Cañada. Coming at you, Carbolito over here, and there were a bunch of places where somebody cut a lateral or something like that and did a lousy job filling it in, and they went down there and went and pulled out the old concrete, because this is the way it's done. You pull out a nice big square of the asphalt, then you put in some new underlayment, some new gravel down there. You pack it down really good, and then you cover it with the friction course of the asphalt, and then you go over there with a steamroller and try to make it so that it is the same same height as the regular roadway. Not a complicated process, right? And so they did that, and they did okay. They did all right with that job. And then GWA came along. Because remember, that section of Cañada has chronic water problems. And so is almost always some issue with a leak here, a leak there. And whenever this is one of those things, like the little boy and we got his fingers in the dike, right? You put your finger over here, and then another one pops up open over there. That's what it's like in Cañada. And for some reason, they're not replacing the entire water line. They just go in kind of one at a time and do it as the leaks come in. 9:39. Okay, that's enough. 9:39 in the morning is iConnect time. There's an iConnect at the Micronesia Mall, and they're loaded with gadgets and gizmos. If you don't have a gizmo, and gizmo is defined by anything that you either put a battery in or is rechargeable or has Bluetooth, go and see them about getting your hands on a new phone today, and then sign up with an incredible new plan from iConnect.
Let Chili's do the cooking for you. They're open to satisfy your craving for their delicious burgers, tacos, and ribs. Or feed the whole family with a variety of all-in-one platter offerings. Get your Chili's favorites in a way that works for you. Curbside pickup or delivery. Plus, receive a 10% discount on all regular to-go pickup orders. Call 648-7377, WhatsApp 929-7376, or delivery with Good to Go. Visit Chili's Guam on Facebook or Instagram for more info. Chili's, you can still savor the moment at home.
You've got a job to do. Having the right equipment for the job is critical, and East West Rental has the exact tools you need. Get it done faster with the right stuff, whether it's landscaping tools, concrete tools, lifts, trucks, lights, generators, trench boxes, welders, tents, tables, and chairs. They're here to help you tackle any project you're working on, big or small. Open Monday to Saturday, 7 to 5, closed Sundays. Find what you're looking for at East West Rental Center in Upper Tumon, or call 646-1463.
Becoming a homeowner can be a scary process, but it doesn't have to be, especially if you have the right guidance. Break through your fears and go to a real estate professional that will ensure a higher chance of success. That person is Lolita Cammett of RE/MAX Diamond Realty. Lolita also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, and military and corporate relocation. Don't be afraid. Call Lolita Cammett from RE/MAX Diamond Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Don't let the music run completely out, because I'll need something in the background. They've been teasing this for a couple of days. We knew that the food was going to be on the way. KFC makes donuts now, and so they've got a sandwich. You've seen it in the paper. They've got a sandwich now that is made. You got the KFC meat in the middle, and a donut on top and a donut on the bottom. And I know you're going, there's no way. Your brain just doesn't bend like that. You cannot mentally close on the concept of eating a sandwich that's made out of donuts, but you have to try. I insist that you try. I've taken my first bite out of this. Now, I'm a Doublicious fan. When I go to KFC, that's almost always buy a Double-Licious or a Spicy Zinger or something like that. 'Cause I love the way they do sandwich. Always have. But this is just insane here. We've got basically a glazed sugar donut. This is why I need the music in the background.
It looks good.
Otherwise, it'd be dead air. Joe just gets donuts, because he's sidekick right now. Yeah. So he just got the donuts. But my God, that is good. It is the KFC, and they're doing donuts. The KFC doesn't just jump into something. When they jump in with both feet, and it's going to be the absolute best. Now I don't know where you are in the spectrum of donuts. I've seen people go gaga over Krispy Kreme. They're good. I have the good fortune of living within a few minutes of Crown Bakery, and I love the donuts that they've got there. But I have to tell you that the sweetness going along with the savory and the softness of the donuts, yeah, that's something.
I almost called it a bun.
9:43. Here's the man. I'm over Totla now, right? Let's see if I can get another flavor in my mouth here, so I need to finish the show. Now everything is gonna smell like donuts in here. So 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. Got an invite from Romeo Carlos last night to go online with him, and I guess he might have been doing something with Uncle Robert as well. But possible. There might be another one of these things where Romeo is going to be doing like meet the candidates and help get petitions signed and all of that kind of stuff, because we are in that season of election mode. How do you know? Like I said yesterday, this is how you know is Facebook's now flooded with images of all of our favorite campaign names and a couple of new ones that have made their way to the Election Commission. This is like getting dressed, putting on your fanciest clothes. Huh? You see that? You see the one with Will Castro yesterday? Guy's wearing a suit.
Yeah.
The hell, who is there a suit on Guam? It's the equivalent of putting on your Sunday best to go to Rev and Tax. What are you going to do? I got to apply for a passport. Do you think this is the tie to wear to apply for my passport? I got to take the driver's test. I was thinking about linen pants because, not everybody can pull off linen, but I think I look good in these linen pants. I'm thinking about that, and maybe I was a dashiki or something like that. It's like a dress for guys. That's what's holding me back, friends. People are asking. They're very disappointed I'm not running. They go, man, why aren't you running, Ray? And I said, because the paperwork is stupid. No, that's something that needs, seriously, that's something that needs to get looked at. I believe that is something. I talked to Uncle Robert about it, because he's got to get a lot of signatures in order to be a potential candidate here. So, I went to pick up a packet a few months ago. And I was, when the lady is telling you what to do, what needs to get filled out, what the forms are, what they're for, how they're going to be used, you're just going, Okay, here's a piece of paper you need to initial off where I told you this, that, and the other. And then you get home, you're on the kitchen table, you got all this paperwork out there, and you look at it and say, this is stupid. There are forms in there, police clearance and court clearance. And I'll use that one as the backgrounder. When I got to that, I was always, fuzzy on whether I will, whether I won't. But when I got to that, that's when I decided, nope, ain't doing it. Ain't doing it. I ain't got that kind of time. I don't want to stand in line anywhere in any government of Guam agency where I've got to fight for parking outside and then go inside. And even though I'm a senior citizen, try to figure out how to get to here and there. And then I got to pay for it, right? Because it's not free, right? And I'm going, no. And then I said, table that, put that over there. And then here comes the other pieces of paperwork that they want you to fill in with your financial information. And I get it. I understand. You want to be able to see. Ray Gibson was dirt poor when he first became a senator. But at the end of his second term as a senator in the 37th Guam legislature, all of a sudden he's amassed something of a fortune. That's what that's for, right? So we can see on a going forward basis how much money you got. And it's a terrible penalty if you fill it out incorrectly, inaccurately, or incompletely. So that's the idea behind that, right? And if I'm wrong, let me know. But I'm just saying it's ugly. They want to know everything about everything, and I'm going, I don't even know this information. I have to put it together once a year for taxes, and I absolutely dread doing that. So I don't know. Can you just look? I promise I won't steal. If I get caught, somebody you'll either find out about it, A, and drag me through the media and the press, and B, even if you did find out about it, huh? Even if you did find out about it, anybody ever go to jail? When's the last time? Corruption around here is obvious, and in many cases, unless you are just on the wrong side of the political anything, it's generally approved. It's generally what you made a deal with somebody, and your cousin got a contract for something. This happens every day in the government, and maybe all of a sudden, you got your road paved. Now, maybe all of a sudden, you got a lot of new furniture. You got a nice new car, something like that. All of a sudden, you got all these good things that are happening to you. Everybody knows what's going on. Really, honest to God. When was outside of a few federal investigations, when was the last time you actually heard of anybody that has gone through the court system here on Guam, has found at the legislature, found guilty of dipping their beak into the system too much? I'll give you time. Come up with the answer. So we've got all of these things that are in place now. And I think when you look at it all, and everybody should, at one time in their life, ponder the possibility of running for public office. And you'll come up to the same conclusion that I do. In the balance, it's too much paperwork, and it's a pain in the ass, and I ain't going to do it. And you say, but Raymond, you're denying the people of Guam your expertise and leadership and counsel over at the legislature. And the answer is, I'll do it from here. I just, because I see the same things that you guys do. I know we got public hearings next week. We have all kinds of public hearing, and they're going to be looking at, and as an example, relative to retaining the United States Preventative Services Task Force screening recommendations for diabetes of the Affordable Care Act in Guam's health insurance law. There's another one here. Medicaid, with coverage in health insurance benefits plans sold on Guam by Medicaid and medically indigent program. And then we got another one about cancer screening. We got another one about parity in drug insurance coverage. We got all these things that great minds over at the legislature are thinking of that mean absolutely nothing to me. My contribution in those cases would be, I start at no. You come to me with package legislation, the answer is no, it doesn't have my support. You have to convince me that it is worthy of support. And then the other thing I'd like to be able to do, and I hope some of the people on the list that I'm about to read, I hope some of these guys will include as part of their platform something that ought to be easy to do, but has never really been done. And that is go through and take a look at many of the items in the Guam Code Annotated. Take a look at dozens and dozens of laws that have been made, written and passed into law by the legislature and the governor of Guam. And take a look at them and just take a look and say how many of them are relevant, how many of them make sense, how much of it is needed anymore, how much needs to be updated. Could you do that? I mean, just work backwards. Start with the 35th Guam legislature, hashtag dumbest bunch ever, and take a look at some of the laws that they have passed and go, you know what, maybe we'll just redo this. Let's repeal this in the 36th Guam legislature. Because it didn't make sense then and it doesn't make sense now. So, and then work your way back. 34th Guam legislature. I'm sure there was some dumb stuff that they did. 33rd Guam legislature. You go back to, I'm pretty sure the 24th might have been the second dumbest one ever. I got to look it up. But anyway, so work on that. So senators that have picked up their package so far, no doubt today we will see another parade of political hopefuls in their Sunday best. And they're going to bring their kids. And they'll have pictures taken with their masks on at the GCIC building. and beautiful breezeway that they have down out there. But here's the ones that so far have dropped off their packets, and now we'll find their names on the ballot. Senator Tina Rose Munoz-Barnes, Amanda Shelton, Vicente Ada, that's Tony. Vicente Anthony, but we call him Tony Ada.
Oh, Biba.
Biba. Jim Moylan, Republican. Biba. Kelly G. Marsh. There's no K.
Oh, wow.
It just says Kelly G. Marsh on the thing. Vincent A.V. Borja, Republican. Joe San Augustin of Gigo, Democrat. We got Chach Terlahi. I know she loves it when I call her that. J.I. Cruz. Kin Vincent Leon Guerrero. That's the other Governor Leon Guerrero, for those of you that are unaware. Clint Rigel, Democrat, but I like him.
Yeah, yeah.
Dominic Hernandez. Does that name ring a bell?
No, it doesn't.
My beard is sticky. I just touched it, and it's sticky.
Got icing all over it. Glaze.
Sandra Sayal, Republican. Did we reach out? Did we try to find her this morning?
I tried to call, yeah.
Okay.
Couldn't get through.
Okay. Well, that might not have been her number. Sometimes I'll do that. I'll say, Joe, reach out to so-and-so, and then put a number down, and it's just random 7 digits.
Thanks.
No problem, no problem. John Ananik, the second. It's the second. People have been mispronouncing that last name and the first name for a long time. Has signed up as a senatorial candidate from the village of Daydidu. Public Auditor B.J. Cruz doesn't look like he's got anybody that's lined up against him. There should be. I love B.J. Cruz. Don't get me wrong. I love B.J. I love what he's been doing over at the Public Auditor's office. But he needs competition. There needs to be somebody that has got the legal stripes or the auditing and accounting stripes to be able to go, yeah, we like BJ too, but we think we can do better with the staff that they've got there and with people. I think that something like that brings out the best in everybody. So I'd like to see somebody in the time left to be. And then if it's not, can we dispense with the pretense of having him have to do something in the primary election and then just move him to the general? Congratulations, you beat out everybody without even having to go to the polls. And then, like I said, for the delegates, it's Mike Nicholas and Will Castro. Now, some of you that are listening to the broadcast might be going, so it's a race in the Democrat Party. Robert Underwood, Mike Nicholas. You only need to ask Uncle Robert how he feels about the job that Mike is doing in Washington, D.C., and then sit down, because it'll be a while. He's been very, very critical about the things that he has seen and done or not done out of Mike's office, and has been very, very vocal about it. So, yeah, there could be a race there. But what's your instinct tell you? Does this race favor the incumbent, even with some clouds over Mike right now? Does this race favor the incumbent? Is it possible that Robert Underwood still has the political capital left over from when he was in Congress, the times that he ran for governor? Does he still have the political capital to retain that office, to take that office back one more time? Is it possible that Will Castro has got the political capital? And you're going to go, well, that's kind of interesting. Well, let's look at that. Look at that race. How did Mike Nicholas get in there in the first place? Nobody thought he was going to make it. Nobody thought he was going to win. You had Madeline Z. Berdalio, who maybe has never lost an election in her life, running for that office. Then you got Doris Flores Brooks, and she only lost one election once upon a time when she was running for lieutenant governor. Long time ago. And so these major political powerhouses, and all of a sudden, and the winner is, ding, 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 Mike Nicholas. Really? What kind of miracle is that? So it is possible. It is not outside the realm of possibility, guys, that maybe the cloud that's following Mike around will be terminal for the job. Maybe Uncle Robert doesn't have the political capital. Because I'm sure he talks to the same people I do. Hey, I'm thinking about running for office. Oh, you're a shoo-in. You're going to win. I'm going to vote for you. I'm going to tell my family and friends to vote for you. And then you run and you lose by 1,000 points. What's that? It's a joke. Uncle Robert and I, when Mana lost her re-election, comes over to me and says, "Hi, Ray, it's too bad. I feel bad for Mana. Lost the election." And I said, "That's okay, Uncle Robert. She's not the first Underwood to lose an election." And he just kind of looked at me and said, "I'm never going to invite you to the house for scotch." I'm playing. But it was one of those tender moments. So you just never know what's going to happen. So I wouldn't write anybody off here just yet. And it is also possible. What's that? Patrick Maloney says MSN has done a good job. He's made a few rookie mistakes, but the deep Democrats fight him because he did not play their game. Ding, 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 ding. Winner, winner, chicken and donut dinner. That could be it. That could be it. He's not one of the insiders. That's all remember when Ken Paris was going crazy. He didn't. What do you mean he didn't sign the Unity Pledge? Everybody signs the Unity Pledge. That's why it's called a Unity Pledge. He showed up but didn't sign. Why did you show up and not sign? I don't get it. Because he's like that. I don't know. I'm okay with it too. 957-888-8255. See now, you see what I did? I forgot to talk about BJ's audit, and it's an important one. 33% of expenditures at the highway fund are actually unrelated to highways and transportation. Why? Infinite wisdom of the legislature with the concurrence of the governor of Guam. Once upon a time. When it gets to be Monday, because I'm going to keep this, when it gets to be Monday, I'm going to read some of the places where your road monies are going that have nothing to do with the roads. 9:58 and change. Sandra Sayao is on the line. I just want to call and say congratulations for taking a chance and jumping into the race. Congratulations, Sandra.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. So, did Joe tell you we only got a couple of minutes left in the show?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, tell you. Can we have this conversation Monday? Give me some time to get to know. Are you on Facebook? Can I find you on Facebook? Are we Facebook friends?
No, not yet.
Okay.
But I also have my page at Sandra Sayao for Senator as well.
Okay, I'll look for that. Learn a little bit more about you, and then we'll reach out to you at this number on Monday and give you an opportunity to say hello to the winners. And people are asking, am I doing this for everybody? No, I'm only doing it for Republicans and people I like. So Sandra falls into that category handily. So we'll be hearing from you on Monday. Okay.
All right.
All right. Congratulations and good luck to you. And have a great weekend, you and the Sayao. 9:59 and change. That's all the time we got, huh? Crap. I guess still got stuff to talk about. Okay, I'm going to save it up to the weekend. Much of this will still be relevant through the weekend, and many of you will have by Monday formulated opinions on how you feel with another extension of the emergency declaration, public health emergency here on Guam, and the idea that they're pushing off the opening of the island, even though they told everybody in the travel business we were opening on July 1st. Looks like they're changing their mind on that. So put together your thoughts on it. We'll rag on it on Monday. 10 o'clock in the morning, KUSG Aganya. Have a great weekend. Love you. Mean it. Bye.
Hitting another swing state. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Trump at a shipyard in Wisconsin this afternoon, which has been awarded a Navy contract relating the question a friend of his asked him when he became president.
So which is the toughest nation to deal with? Is it China? Is it possibly Russia? Or is it maybe North Korea? I said, no, the toughest nation to deal with are the Democrats in the USA.
The president saying Democrats are unreasonable, and he called them a little crazy. This is a new round of Fox polls, looks at the race for the White House in key battleground states, and it's not good news for the president.
Of the 4 states in the new poll, 3 of them, Texas, Georgia, and North Carolina, have Joe Biden leading President Trump, but by no more than 2%, which is within the margin of error. In Florida, Biden leads the president by 9 points. In all 4 states, Biden's lead is solid with women, millennials, Hispanic, and Black Americans. The president is carrying men, rural residents, and those over 65. Voters in all the surveys favor the president in handling the economy, but Biden fares better across the board on the 2 most talked about domestic issues, coronavirus and race relations. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
The vote in the House expected this evening on a sweeping police reform measure backed by Democrats. A similar measure put forth by Senate Republicans failed yesterday. It failed to advance. Texas Governor Greg Abbott halting elective surgeries in the state's biggest counties and says the state would pause its aggressive reopening as it deals with the surge in cases and hospitalizations for COVID-19. More than 17,000 new cases have been reported in the past 3 weeks, and Governor Abbott is telling people to stay home if possible. On Wall Street, the Dow gained 299 points, the Nasdaq up 107. America is listening to Fox News.
Did you hear the news? Now you can. With instant updates from Fox News for Amazon Alexa. Breaking stories and top headlines. Daily coronavirus developments. The economy and so much more. Brought to you by Fox News, America's #1 cable news network. Plus, setup couldn't be easier because everything's ready to go in the app. Just say,
Alexa, play news from Fox.
in Fox News. It's the latest when you need it. On demand from Fox News and Amazon Alexa. From the Fox News Podcasts Network, The Campaign with Brett Baer.
President Trump and former Vice President Biden will have to offer Americans their best policy ideas for racial inequality, public health, and, of course, the U.S. economy. Founding editor at the Washington Free Beacon, Matthew Continetti.
If the public has judged the president's response to be a failure, then he needs to move to a different set of issues as quickly as possible.
Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com.
If you plan on heading to Hawaii in August, you won't have to quarantine if you take a COVID-19 test.
In order to qualify for this, visitors have to first look up a state-approved lab in their city or state or wherever they are, and then be ready to provide the test results at the airport, where they're doing temperature checks anyway. If someone has a fever higher than 100.4, he or she has to undergo a secondary screening at the airport with trained healthcare staff. The governor said a test taken at most 72 hours before arriving seems reasonable. Hawaiians have been very strict, telling authorities about visitors who violate the 14-day quarantine after discovering their posted pictures on social media. The state has one of the lowest infection rates in the U.S., with just over 800 cases and 17 deaths. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer slamming the Trump administration's response to the pandemic.
Throughout this struggle with coronavirus, the administration at best has been late to the debate or asleep at the switch, and at worst doing things that actually harm rather than help.
Schumer saying there are reports that the administration is preparing to close some testing sites in Texas.